Hey, good evening. Welcome to Hexes and Vexes. How are you all feeling? How are you all feeling this evening?
Us or them?
Yeah,
You.
Great.
spectacular.
Only one in six of us did a whole bucket of spice earlier on today, so I reckon the rest of us are, intestinally fine.
It
Yeah,
was it was only a third of a bottle. It's fine.
Ooh.
Mm.
yeah, yeah. Look, it's
Do you want
gonna be
more? Maybe,
okay.
maybe we should raise some money for Split the Party
Hey,
TV while we're here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
just want to bring to your attention that I am
Oh,
Marcus
how did
Drogan
this happen?
tonight.
How did this happen? It was all good.
And Chris is Hakari.
It was all good. Hold on, wait. Let me do some moving around. Hey, in the meantime,
Only Scarlet and Velendar are right.
Oh no, identity crises plenty.
um, in the
Do I
meantime,
have to get my belly button out?
Yes,
in the meantime, does everyone
contractually
let's
obliged.
Promethean kick us off? Who are you? Where can we find you?
Hi, I'm Promethean. There's a zero in it. Look up that thing that you're looking at right now under my face, and you will find me. I play games. Some of them have dice. I do that here at Meeples and Dragons on the Law Rights. The end.
Did you forget where you were from for a moment? Is that what just happened?
No, no, I forget nothing ever under any circumstances. My mind is like a steel fucking trap that nothing can escape from.
Yeah, because it's rusted shut
Yeah.
some time ago and needs to lubricate with alcohol. Oh, I'm not
Sounds like a
mute, am
lie.
I? Whoops.
Yeah.
Hey, Salt, you're next.
Hey, I am actually SaltQueenPlays, despite what it said earlier.
fucking
You can find me
shady
here being adorable, and you can also find me on the Law Rights being adorable.
Mhm.
Spoiler alert.
And that's it.
Yep.
Currently,
Good.
for now.
Hey, next up, D20.
Sure. I was failing to be lucky. I just don't have that look and persona about me, or an award-winning podcast, which is bound to happen sometime soon. And I've recovered from having spice, which was a tiny, tiny amount. It's literally like a quarter of one of Promethean's toenails in size, but it was very bad.
Is that a unit of measurement that I didn't know about until now?
Well, you should have been in Melbourne, but you decided not to be. What
Fair
can I say?
enough.
You missed out.
I don't think I missed out on toenails ever.
Yeah, same. Hard same.
Hey, Lockie, you're next, bud.
Hey, my name's Lockie. I'm from the MimicsDen as well as here on Hexes and Vexes. And I am the voice of Far over on the B&D podcast. You can check that out as they release. You can check MimicsDen, Luck Weaver's Tavern as we release every other Monday. And here once a month while I get bullied and emotionally traumatized by our gracious DM and our resident rogue Promethean.
I would argue that you all are victims of your own choices and circumstances.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
Last and certainly not least, Tammy.
I'm Delera79. Obviously, you can find me here. The other place you can find me is running Call of Cthulhu over on the Law Rights, or just generally being a menacing chat goblin in heaps of other places that I randomly show up.
Love it. Hey, last and certainly least, hey, I'm Emily. I'm the producer, GM, and Chief Executive Thirstmaster, and also late night talk show host here at Hexes and Vexes. I'm frightened. And always am, always will be. And hey, do you know what I'm gonna do to, like, get rid of that fear? Is I'm gonna have someone else recap for me. Promethean, let us know what happened last episode.
I need you to be so aware how absolutely impossible it is for me to do that right now.
Oh, that sounds really upsetting because if you don't do it, you get disadvantage on your first ability check.
That's also unfortunate.
Look,
But I may have...
in,
Hey,
in his defense, it was a long
it
time
was
ago.
one, it was 11 billion years ago.
Whose fault
Two,
is that?
I was emotionally traumatized. Three, Miley dropped a new album today, and I had spent time listening to that instead of rewatching the last session. So kill me about it. Hey, you know what happened? Based on my recollection, uh, Marcus brought Tybella back from the dead, which is really cool. Velendar was privy to a series of her memories from her entire life, or what I assume to be, in the process of that happening, which was also super cool. We ended up at Scarlet's actual house, where the people who have claimed for the majority of her life to be her parents exist, and may or may not be targets of assassination based on what Scarlet wants to do about the fact that they may not actually be her parents. The end.
What? No, that's fine. Hey, listen, that was a lot of it.
You forgot that I flirted with Abby. That was the most important plot point.
Yeah,
Correct.
yeah.
Also, Scarlet's ex-fiance, I guess, who's now betrothed to Scarlet's sister, Delphine has presumably fallen deeply and madly in love with, and they've got a vibe. Like, that's not going somewhere.
Yeah. Maybe.
Gonna happen.
Guess we'll find out. The other thing that happened was at the end of the session, Scarlet was rummaging through her things and started to recall some stuff that was maybe she'd recorded from the book. Who knows? We're gonna fucking find out. But hey, really quickly, just wanna before we jump straight in. There's a lot of love going around on these reels that I posted today, and also a lot of love in the Discord server today. So, hey, thanks. I love and appreciate everyone, despite feeling awkward about it consistently. You're all fucking wonderful people, and this wouldn't happen without you. It wouldn't happen without these motherfuckers also, but, hey, we can replace them if they...
Yeah, I feel like we're all so easily replaceable.
True, yeah.
Yeah, cool. So, without further delay, let's jump back in, and we're gonna kick off with Scarlet. You having rummaged through all of these letters that your sister started to write and never sent, and also feeling this energy from Deetwenty. Take off your headphones if you haven't already.
Oh, me too. Bye.
You don't want to hear?
Bye, guys.
Oh, yeah, if you don't want to hear what happened at Supernova, everyone take off your fucking headphones.
You're muted. I fully can't hear you.
Okay, great. Promethean, you watched it. Anyway, that really threw me then. You felt this energy from this backpack or carrying pack that you had on you in the moment that Yusefka was confronting your party. You had taken time to scribble down anything that you could from this mahogany leather-bound book. It all kind of isn't cohesive notes, but for a moment your mind goes completely blank and you blink a couple of times and you are essentially pulled from this reality. There's a bunch of things that happen, but they happen in snapshots because time moves differently here. And the things that you remember is a stone-walled room. You remember a powerful figure chained to an altar. You remember that they said that eternity is the dullest prison and I grow bored. You remember meeting 3 different people. You don't remember all of their names. You remember that they owned the book. This book was theirs before it was anyone else's. You remember writing in the book. And if you'd like to tell everyone what you wrote in the book, Scarlet.
So Scarlet decided she would troll Yusefka. And so she actually wrote in the book in Celestial, Yusefka, beware, at the moment you go to ascend, you'll be betrayed by what you carry, what you consider most dear.
Yeah, you remember that. You remember a memory that was shared with you by someone that you don't fully see form of. But you remember that these people were tasked with sacrificing themselves to help save Damada in the first calamity, in the first time it fell. You remember that something that was important to them was trust and friendship and family. You remember learning that there were only 2 gods that ruled over Damada in its original form, but their names escape you. You remember the names of one of the people you met, Scarlets. You mentioned, and that they mentioned a blood pact with a god. You remember now that there are people that would exist within Damada, theoretically, that have the bloods of the gods running in their veins. You remember this party telling you about their experiences and families, and that they sacrificed themselves, or not all of them, but some of them, 2 of them that you met, and that you likely owe that sacrifice, or that sacrifice is one of the reasons that Damada is still standing. You remember fighting shadow figures, and how they reminded you of the battle you watched from the cart with Yusefka. And you remember being offered a choice. You could bring back one of 3 things. You don't remember what the other 2 are, but you remember that you chose to bring back Carlos, one of the original owners of the mahogany leather-bound book. You don't know what bringing them back means. And as you're pulled back into this room in your parents' estate, it takes you a moment to kind of recenter yourself and process everything that you've just experienced. Because for you, those snapshots felt like hours. But as you look around the room, it's maybe been a couple of minutes, if that. What are you doing, thinking, feeling?
So, Scarlet is basically thinking, I can't remember what the other 2 choices are. What if I chose wrong? And I can't judge that because I don't remember what the other 2 things are. And then, where the fuck is Carlos? Like, does he remember what happened? Does he not remember what happened? Is he like waiting for me to go and find him? Like, what's the deal with all of that? And then, okay, so probably I'm not related to a god. Probably I'm related to someone who had a family member that made a pact, and I'm further down the line of that. Okay. I really need to think about this. And I don't know how to tell them. Like, I know I should tell them. I remember them telling me I had to trust the people I was with. But how do I tell them? How do I explain it? Who do I tell first? And how do I do it in a way that I'm not going to be overheard by things listening? And why did it have to happen right before the dinner? Shit.
I'm going to call everyone back in now. I fucking hate these people so much.
You love
Bring me
us.
back.
Yeah.
Also, that's fucking rude, Emily.
I love you guys.
It is.
But fuck.
You threatened us for literally like 2 weeks straight, and it's just continuing on the actual stream.
Yeah.
I know. Seems
Yeah.
like bad friend material to me.
Who said I was a good friend? As you kind of mull that all over, Scarlet, you hear the approach of a carriage You know this because there is a bell being rang as they arrive, as it is the Bell Estate. And as you kind of glance out your window, you see the carriage of your mother arriving back to the estate.
Wait, your mum's a carriage?
um, as that happens, let's jump over to Marcus. What are you doing?
Marcus, how long have we had since sleeping? Because the last thing Marcus did was pass out because, for some reason, bringing back the nearly dead was exhausting for Marcus. So,
You haven't had a long rest. You've had
are
a
you
short
sure?
rest.
Are you
I'm
sure you're sure? Like
so
a
sure.
longish rest.
I'm so sure.
Okay. Well, in that case,
Depending on, like, you can continue to rest if you want. There's probably still a couple of hours before dinner. But it really depends on what you would like to
screw
do.
it. I mean, what's the point of going into something where you need to make lots of dice rolls, not an advantage? I mean, we can't all be Prometheans, so let's live that for this life, for this moment. Yeah, Marcus kind of gets up, and the first is Hakari still in the room when he wakes.
Hakari, would you have stayed in Marcus's room while he rests?
I believe the last thing Marcus said was for me to go and speak with Scarlet.
Correct.
But if he sort of immediately arises, Hakari will turn around. I thought you were sleeping, weren't you?
Like full vampire rises from the bed.
Hakari. And Marcus will immediately look around the room, and it's like, did anything happen, dear boy?
No, you fell asleep and sat back up very quickly.
Hikari,
Yes.
I'm going to reach under my pillow.
Okay.
What's this?
That's a feather. I think. Is this a trick question, Marcus?
I didn't put it there. It's a peacock feather. Okay.
Oh my god, I hate you. You're a fucking asshole.
I said nothing about that experience. I just left it.
For the rest of you who are struggling to understand why this is funny, quite literally, one of the things Tammy described as we entered was that there were peacocks running around. So
Very good.
love that. Love your prop work. You don't get any form of advantage for that. Continue.
Rest obviously is not something that we need here. I've had a number of terrible. How long have I been asleep for?
Maybe like two minutes. I think I'm just getting
Okay.
affirmation from God here. Yeah,
I'm
2
just
minutes.
going to bathe for a short while, and can you go and check on Scarlet for me, dear boy?
Yes.
I need to make this more this.
Yeah, good luck, and hopefully you don't find any more feathers in your drawers or something.
Are you sure? Are you sure I didn't leave this room?
Can I make like an
Okay.
insight check or something? Does he
Yeah,
seem
sure.
different?
You can make an insight check, but you also have been in the room the entire time.
I'll roll it anyway, man. Let's burn a bad roll.
Yeah,
Okay,
look,
well,
who knows? He might be gaslighting you right now.
Okay, I mean, look, it is only like an 18.
Marcus seems to be looking around furiously, not at this. He's looking almost past you and into what you've seen him look into before. He's kind of looking into space, looking for some sort of trace or track, um, almost as he thinks he was somewhere else very briefly.
Well,
And he twiddles the quill, the peacock quill.
do you, are you looking for something, Marcus?
I
Someone.
I think this is going to be odd to explain. Hakari, you go and do that. Just going to bathe this. Do you think they've got milk here to bathe in?
They might have it for drinking, but I can't see any reason why they wouldn't let you bathe in it.
Hmm.
It's good for your skin, isn't it?
Conversation for another day, dear boy.
Okay.
If you could be so most kind to go and see Scarlet, I'm going to take some pills that will help me be peppy for the rest of this next piece. An alchemist gave them to me. He said they were fine.
And
Bye-bye.
you try. Okay, right. I'll leave.
And Marcus just
You
starts
weren't
throwing
even
clothes off.
leaving is the fun part, but you've been told bye, and this like, yeah, okay, cool. So you make your way out, I assume. Is there anything you'd like to do along the way before you reach Scarlet's room?
Hikari would be interested in like, is there like interior guards of the estate here? Anyone who is watching the halls?
Yeah. You don't see like anyone in that looks like guards outwardly, right? So like there's no one like holding heavy weapons standing in the hallways, similar to what you had all seen in the castle in Agora. But what you do see is that there are plenty of people that are definitely under the employ of the Bell family.
Okay.
Some of them do carry like light weapons, but more, they don't look like they're actively getting ready to reach for them or anything like that. A lot of them look more like serving staff, or, that's kind of really it from what you see.
Can I call to one of the serving staff? Excuse me, can I interrupt you briefly?
This young man stops in his place and says, yeah, is there something you need?
The gentleman down the hall needs, I guess, maybe 4 pitchers of milk for bathing.
Has he got low calcium levels?
Possibly, yes, that's the reason.
That's
Yes.
what we'll go with.
Okay, like whole milk, 2%.
I think he just wants milk that tastes like real milk.
Yes! Someone clip that, please.
So we were going to have a serious game. We were warned it was going to be a serious game.
Hey,
I
listen.
fucking
And
saw
so
it
far-
coming like a train, and I was stuck on the tracks. It was like, sure, do it.
Yeah,
Well done.
We've had that. We've had My Mother's a Carriage. What else are we going to have?
it's fine. You're all pretty much digging your graves deeper, so it's fine. And this person says, okay, I can do that. I'll have it brought to the room. Anything else?
No, I think that's fine. Do you know which room Lady Scarlet's is? I'm a companion of hers.
Oh, you came in on the carriage with her?
Yes.
Okay, I'm supposed to tell her family if anyone's looking for her, but
That's okay. Are
and
you
they
alright? You seem
look they
nervous.
look really nervous. They also look really young to be working in a role like this. And you're getting vibes from like this guy is a little unsure about how to do his job.
Hey, listen, I can ask someone else about this. Do you want me to talk to someone else? It's okay.
No, it's okay. It's like the third on the right.
Okay.
I'll tell them while you. Yeah, okay. Milk. Tell the bells. Cool.
That's the one. Good job.
And he just turns on his foot and walks off towards what you would assume would be the main foyer of the home.
I'm gonna get that kid killed. I'll head to Scarlet's room. I don't know.
Get a kid killed.
Okay, good.
He's not a kid.
That young man.
Yes. Yes. One moment, please. Everyone, keep talking amongst yourselves.
By which I can only assume she means Lockie. You continue talking to
Yeah.
that NPC that you're having a
Yeah.
discussion with and
Oh,
send
no.
away. Bring him
The
back.
milk. The milk.
Get the milk, kid.
Get the milk.
The milk has arrived. I am the milk. Anyway,
I
continue.
can't with you guys tonight.
Oh,
Okay,
no.
no. Okay, so you make it to Scarlet's room.
Good.
And before we go there, Delphine, what are you doing?
Am I still in the garden? Did Abby leave and I stayed in the garden?
You both went your separate ways. You went to go get ready, as did she.
Oh yeah, I went to go get ready. How long until dinner?
You would hazard a guess of maybe like 2 hours max.
Cool. I'm just gonna go have a bath because I'm like,
You gonna have a bath?
when's the last time I bathed? I'm probably a stinky bitch. And I'm
You
trying
all
to
are.
impress Abby.
You all are. As you enter your room, Delphine, you have spent most of your time in smaller homes, cottages, establishments. This is the first time since the castle, which you didn't really spend time there because how everything went down. This is the first time that you have been anywhere this grand. And when you enter the room, it is as large as your home was in Maluhia. It is huge. And that's just the room that your bed is in. As you kind of make your way out, you see at Scarlet's request that through your window you can see the entire garden. And you can see everything as the sun is starting to set on the horizon. Being that it is now getting colder, it is these dark blues with like aquas kind of bleeding together. It's really pretty. You do see some of the peacocks making their way out to find shelter, somewhere that they can spend the night. You make your way into the bathroom and you see this beautiful like ivory claw-footed bathtub with like gold taps. Everything is stunning, and this bath is as large as like a small pool. It's real nice.
And Delphine doesn't know how to swim.
Excellent. It's not
End
that
of the
deep.
game.
It's not that deep. Like, you could sit in it and be fine, particularly with your stature and being as tall as you are. You could sit comfortably and the water would be like, if you filled it, would be like your neck.
Sick. She's gonna be very gentle with everything because she's scared everything's gonna break if she touches it. So she'll just like fill up the bath and like she'll summon some rose petals so that she can like bathe in little rose petals and smell really nice when she gets out. And I guess I'm not going to talk about what she does in the bath.
Do it, you coward.
I've already been in a game today with the bath scene. Stop it.
When she hops out of the bath, she'll start making some jewelry.
Okay. Is there anything in
She's
particular?
gonna make a bracelet, I think.
Okay,
Yeah.
cute. Love that. And you kind of spend a chunk of time doing that. Being that you're taking the time to do so, there'll be no check required for that. Scarlet, back in your room, Hakari, I assume you're just gonna rat-a-tat-tat? Yeah,
Well, doesn't he have to take the milk back to Marcus?
No, the milk is being delivered by...
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, goodness. So, hang on. At what time would that be, like just after she's come back?
Not just. It would probably be, well, maybe just, if depending on how you measure just. It would be like 5 to 10-ish minutes.
Okay. So Scarlet will open the door. What is your... I shouldn't ask stats quite out. That's like asking someone their age. Do you have a high passive perception?
Possibly. Let's have a look. 15.
I think at this stage you would probably realize her eyes are quite red and she's going through the process of making herself look more presentable. But she doesn't present as distressed.
Okay. Hey, Scarlet.
Okay. Do you and Marcus need clothes for dinner? Are you happy with what you've got? Like, I don't want to make you feel like you have to dress differently for my family, but I also want to make sure that you have options if that is something you want to do.
I mean, I think Marcus is currently bathing in the best possible way he can and is getting presentable. I'm happy to dress however makes it easier for you.
Well, my family do like formalities.
Okay.
So, but that also includes like if you're part of a guard or a soldier, then uniforms count. So like just that ceremonial, pompous
I mean, I
nature.
think my position at home would put me as a higher guard of the monastery. So if that would help, I'm happy to dress a little more uh, to that kin here. Does that
Personally,
help?
I don't really care what they think
Mhm.
about the people I spend time with because that's my choice.
Okay. Yeah, it
But
is.
I want you to feel comfortable.
Okay. How about this? These are a bit dirty. I can clean them up. And if I change my sash a little bit, and I will take off the like the traveling garb. That's formal where I'm from. Do you have something
Oh,
that's like a pin that I can wear of yours?
Harrison's not back yet. And so she will go down to Harrison's room and she
Okay,
will take Hakari in there and we will start rifling through his stuff.
cool.
And Scarlet
Hakari,
will,
are you
Yeah.
following?
Yeah, absolutely.
yeah.
Great. Good to
Scarlet
know.
will also look for something for Marcus to wear.
Okay, cool. As you kind of make your way downstairs, you kind of, as you do so, this carriage has pulled up of your mother. She is not the carriage, she is within the carriage. As you see her helped out, she doesn't seem to spot you, but quite literally immediately behind her is Harrison, who also climbs out of the carriage. So if you are attempting to get there before he sees you, make a stealth check, please.
I will fucking run if I have to because I know this castle inside and out and where I can run, where I can slide, what
Great.
banisters what.
You can both make stealth checks then.
Okay.
Unless you're like not gonna do that, Hakari.
No. I
Yeah, I can be
Hakari's gonna
stealthy.
try and
Yeah.
bart off with some clothes. My
I've
first
got-
dinner outfit.
I got pocket lint and a dream. What'll that get me?
Scarlet's stealth check was 24.
Okay, excellent. Good to know.
There you go. So it's a lot like 24, right?
But there's no
Except
20.
a 1.
But it's 14.
Okay, that's fine. That's okay. But you kind of catch Scarlet pick up in speed and like start to look as if she's trying to hide from these people that are, or not be seen, not hide, just not be clocked. And
Okay.
you pick up on that. you follow kind of almost directly in her footsteps. You're not as fast and you're certainly not as quiet, but you both feel like you haven't been seen.
Why are we being so quiet, Scarlet? What's going on?
Because Harrison's a stuck-up asshole.
Okay, who's Harrison?
My brother.
Oh, okay. Do you want me to? Where is he? I can like move
He's
the earth.
in the carriage outside, so I'm going to like. No,
Did you say
no
move
magic
the
here.
earth?
It's
No,
not. It's not magic. It's not magic. It's
Well,
not
if
magic.
they think it is, they will kick us out.
Okay, well, you want that?
So I will. How about you stay here, play
Okay.
distraction if they come in with a, oh, I haven't met you,
Okay.
whatever.
That'll go well.
And I will dash in and
Okay.
grab a pin, grab something for Marcus, and then dash back out.
Okay.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
Are they going to kill
I'm sure
me?
he's totally not going to recognize that you guys are wearing his clothes.
Yeah, but he's not going to say something in front of everyone because that's not polite.
Yeah.
I'll just head back to the door then, okay?
Yeah. So Scarlet will race in and will get a pin, the sort of things that is worn on pockets and that sort of thing. Not of the bell, because obviously that's a family thing, but find something else in there. For Marcus, she'll get like a like that maroony purple, so not the royal purple, but with purples being house colors. A collared jacket, some cream lacing on the cuffs and stuff, because that seems like the sort of thing he would like to wear at a formal dinner. Like gold buttons, a waistcoat that matches, like that sort of setup. Because Harrison would
But
have
no shirt, right? Because he needs his belly button out.
Correct.
Well, technically a waistcoat covers it. But because, Harrison would have them all matching on the single hanger. So really she could just grab one hanger and it would have the whole outfit on it.
Yeah, you do so quite easily. Hakari, are you playing distraction duty? Is that what's going to happen?
I guess it is.
If they come close, so he's doing lookout and then he'll
Okay,
just...
great. I thought he was just going to
Yeah.
stroll on out and
No.
be like, "Hey,
No.
how's it going?"
No. It's like if they come close, he will distract them.
Yeah, great. Okay. They don't seem to. You actually can hear. You can hear that your father has come out to greet the family. Abby, you don't hear her. But they're not being quiet.
He's
so you
also
can-
taking a minute in the bathroom.
Yeah. Look. Fucking hell. Me trying to run a serious D&D set. No, I'm joking. You can hear them all conversing, and you do hear them all kind of head off down the corridor together. Harrison does not approach his room. And you get away with it pretty safe. Is there anything anyone wants to do in the last kind of I'll come to you in a second. But is there anything anyone else would like to do in the last kind of hour before dinner?
Scarlet will basically, they haven't come near the room. She'll come back out and she will grab Hakari and like bolt towards where Marcus's room is.
Yeah, great.
So because Hakari has not seen how quickly Scarlet moves before, her speed is 50 foot around. She is quite nimble and quite quick.
She fast. Zoom,
You are
zoom.
fast. You're very, very good at this. We should
18 years of living in this building, I know exactly.
I feel like we should race sometime. I think that would be fun.
Okay, so I don't know if the family knows. My room has a way to climb up to the roof out of the window, and I used to like basically do almost parkour on the roof all the time. So it was a way to sort of like work energy out without them looking at me disapprovingly, because if I did that in the yard, they would totally do that. So I used to do it on the roof.
I have a lot of respect for that. That's innovative. You got to dodge awkward family encounters. Well done. Cool.
But we need to help Marcus get dressed. Is he feeling any better?
I mean, he seemed pretty
It's feeling pretty milky.
His skin's so supple.
Yeah.
Did it have honey in the milk as well? Not the bat honey, the actual honey.
I was
Well,
like, get
no
her
one-
out.
There was no honey requested, just milk that tastes like real milk.
No, he brought his own.
Fucking hell.
He had a peacock feather. I don't know if that has anything to do with bathing.
Maybe he picked one up outside and forgot.
Perhaps he was pretty not pretty disassociated, a little non-lucid for a lot of it. Do you want me to knock on the door? Or have you seen his business before?
No. Well, I mean, I've seen him in just a towel, but like,
Okay. Let me check if he's decent. I'll just pop my head in. Marcus. I think he's dead.
Marcus isn't decent. Marcus is currently got both feet in one of those an urn each of that milk, and is furiously writing with what you assume is a pillowcase wrapped around parts of him.
I'll put
Is
my head
Marcus
back in.
having a breakdown?
He's not. Yeah, okay. You should just come in. Like it'll be easier than me trying to describe what I saw.
Okay. Are all the important bits covered? Like, is it safe for me to bring these
Mhm.
clothes in?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And so she'll go in and Marcus, you have seemed interested in what our colors were and making a good impression at dinner, so I thought you might want to borrow some of my brother's clothes, and she'll hand them over.
Simply splendid and absolutely marvelous. Don't drink from the second milk receptacle thing.
No,
Just
no, no.
Don't
Don't drink the bath milk.
bath milk. It's warm now with floaty bits.
I hate it.
Like a shoey.
Oh.
Too soon. Scarlet, a lot has happened in a short amount of time. I've as we were riding back, I've made some notes. I've just cleaned up my notes. At some stage when we've talked through with the family, I'd just like to get everybody on the same. Marcus shows a page, the same page of what we've got going on here. There's a lot that's happened, and have you kept those books? Because I feel inspiration and the wonderful opportunity of your library would be great, but I am dreadfully worried about Velendar at this stage, or whatever.
I have the notes from the book upstairs. There was something weird, but I've got the notes. The notes are safe. And the library will have things on history and all that kind of stuff, but there won't be anything about anything supernatural, shall we say? Like, and she'll sort of like lean in. If my family knew that I was connected to any sort of magic, at worst, I would be killed. At best, I would be disowned.
Great.
D is so scared to use his mic at the moment.
It's fine. We'll figure
Yeah.
it out.
It's gonna be okay.
I mean, Velendar's with Tybella. Like, I'm sure he's fine.
I just want to clarify, just so everyone is aware, all that you know about Velendar and Tybella is that they both left at the same time. No one knows where they actually are currently.
Scarlet's just presumed that they're in the adjoining rooms because she sent the food to the room and no one has said that, guess what, they weren't there.
So fine, I just wanted to clarify in case anyone else wondered or assumed.
I feel like Scarlet could easily acquire that information from the help.
Correct.
as
Oh,
well.
yeah.
Yeah.
Correct.
If they watch every move she makes, you can bet your bottom dollar they're watching what you guys do and reporting back.
Mm-hmm. anyone else doing anything before dinner aside from getting ready? And I will get you all to describe your outfits later.
Can I just confirm?
Mhm.
I don't remember what jewels I have left.
That is a fucking excellent question. That is a great question. I'm gonna let you take advantage of the DM, because I don't know what jewels you have. I know you had a jewelry kit, and
Yeah.
that the only thing that Hakari was able to acquire was a jade stone.
I know that
You're welcome.
previously when
you did
Sol
have-
was still around, he gave me some jewels, but I never wrote them down.
Yeah, so you just tell me, in this instance, you tell me what you want, as long as it's not a 300 gold piece diamond, then we're good. But yeah, just you let me know what you want within reason, and I'll make that shit happen, and then we'll reconvene about what you might have left afterwards.
What color were Abby's eyes?
Blue.
Ooh, yeah.
We're
Done.
all blonde, blue-eyed babies.
Like light blue, like a sky blue, or like a
Mhm.
deep sapphire blue.
Light blue.
Cool. I probably have some little turquoise stones or something lying around.
All
Who
all
knows?
the females in Scarlet's family have a very striking resemblance to each other.
Mm-hmm.
Like they look
Just
different.
copied and pasted.
Well, no, they look different, but it's very clear that they're related. Which you'll see when you meet the mother. But you know, Scarlet does not look like the person who she believed to be her father. Even though she knows now that the person she believed to be her mother isn't, she will still look like her.
There is some differences, but small.
Schmal. Marcus, are you okay to get ready? Like, are you feeling better? Are you still pretty weak?
Now we can't hear you at all. Love that.
He's fully muted.
Yeah.
Bit of a sore throat.
Marcus starts interpretive
Marcus drowned
dancing,
in milk.
and he's totally fine. But he's a princess, so like he'd probably let you hang around. Yeah, there you go. See, I know him. Excellent. This is going
Marcus
well.
is gonna braid his hair. Like,
We all play Marcus tonight. This is the fun part about this.
Yeah.
We just interpret D's fucking dances. Okay, so he starts backstroking in the bath milk.
It's really just in pictures, so he's only got his feet in it.
For all intents and purposes, getting ready is not difficult. You are all fine. Yeah, so as you can all hear preparations being made downstairs for dinner, you get the sense that this, with Scarlet's return, is going to be a grand old family dinner. That, you know, not the finest china comes out for, but certainly
we're not worth it.
not the everyday plates. That's for sure. Velendar, you are in the room, same room as Tybella. She has disappeared into the bathroom. You hear the click of the lock as she does so. And what are you doing?
I think because we've been told that there's going to be a dinner, etc. Blah blah blah. Right? Is there like a rope to pull to summon? Actually, no. Scratch that. On the way to the room, I think Velendar would have marked the most miserable looking staff member in the entire place.
It's like a 90-year-old dude that just looks like he can't retire.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect.
Yeah.
He's gonna track him down real quick. And to this 90-year-old sad, unable to retire dude, he will hand 200 gold coins.
Holy shit. Okay.
And say, I don't believe my friend has suitable attire for this evening. Would you be a dear old gentleman and pop out and get something for her. Something to make her feel special, perhaps. And we'll hand over some gold, I guess, and well, before handing it over, I'll wait for an answer from old mate.
He looks like he's never seen this much gold in his entire life, and looks very overwhelmed by it. For a moment, you think he might cry. But he nods and says, we have people on site that can help with that. I'll chat to them and see what we can whip up.
Excellent, thank you.
Welcome to having an in-house modiste.
Nice. Bring it to her room when it's ready. That would be lovely, thank you.
Okay. And he walks
So he
off.
doesn't require all of that gold, is what you're telling me? Because it's being made in-house?
He wanders off very slowly. You can tell that he's trying to be fast, but he's just a little slow guy.
He's a sweet old guy. That's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah.
After which he will, I guess, return to the room.
About half an hour passes before Tybella emerges, and she entered this castle as her elven self. She comes out of the bathroom as her drow self, and looks like A, someone that's just died, but B, someone that has obviously gone through an incredibly rough time, but has done their best to make it look like that is not the case at all. There are things that you can tell with your experience through watching people and understanding their movements, the way that they act.
I've been inside her mind now as well.
Yeah, you don't know that. Maybe.
Maybe.
There are little things that you can tell. Like, a lot of her hair is dry except for like one little patch that obviously she couldn't get that part or something like that. They're just little things that make her not look as put together as she usually does. And for someone that has held themselves very proudly for this entire journey, it's a bit jarring to see. She doesn't say much, but she does take a seat on the end of of the bed in the room, and just sits cross-legged, and looks at you every now and again, and you can tell that you see like the way that her mouth kind of starts to move and then she stops. Like she wants to say something, she's not quite sure how to say anything.
Is there like a vanity dresser situation in
for sure.
this room? Okay, great.
Absolutely.
Tybella, will you allow me to help? And he'll suggest to her that she stands from the bed.
She doesn't say yes or no, but what she does do is she stands.
Okay, great. He'll gently kind of grab her hands, turn her around, sit her in front of this little vanity situation.
She avoids eye contact with herself.
Absolutely.
We're about to
fine.
have a really cute, hair braiding session between the two of them because I'm so here for it.
Velendar very gently, very carefully will do Tybella's hair and take the makeup out of his disguise kit, if required, and help her kind of look, if not necessarily feel, a little bit more herself.
There is significant bruising on this drow's body. Her collarbones, her face, she looks beat up. And there is a noticeable scar now through her lip that was not there before. It is, definitely. She doesn't say no, and she doesn't stop you either. but she refuses to make eye contact with you or look at herself in the mirror. It's kind of awkward.
Yeah, that's fine. And he's not acknowledging the awkwardness whatsoever. He's just like pacing it so that it is happening and none of it's confrontational or at all whatsoever. With that done, I think he'd say, I'm going to prepare for the dinner tonight. But if you don't feel up to it,
I would like to tell you about the Veil Keepers.
and I would very much like to hear that telling.
You can't talk to Marcus or Hakari about this.
I don't feel dissimilarly about either of those two right now.
I'm not saying you can't ever talk to them about it, but for now, I haven't told anyone about this. But, you said you saw things. What did you see?
Velendar, in a far more accurate way than I as a player is capable, will fill in the details of this with specific scenes that he was kind of led through for this, but the general gist of it will be, I saw what I can only assume to be memories from your life.
Are you detailing the specific memories? Just to clarify.
Yeah, so he will,
Great.
because to avoid any uncertainty, he'll do exactly that, just details of each of the scenes as they occurred. Am I right in my assumption that?
Can you do one thing for me first? Can you make an insight check for me, please?
Yes. Do I have to do it with deception because
No, but what you can do
you're
for
cruel and unkind?
for the first time in this campaign with Tybella, you can do it at advantage.
What? That's nice and lucky and fun. That makes it. What am I doing? Perception, you said?
Insight, please.
Insight. Specifically, that will make that a 24.
She rolled an 8. There are visible moments where, and again, this Tybella is so good at not reacting.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, she's not as put together as she usually is, but she's still hard to read. But there are specific moments where she, as you describe them, it's almost like you can see that she takes like the tiniest sharp breath in, or like there is just a twitch to her eye that you can sense as it's uncomfortable for her to hear back.
Mm-hmm.
Specifically, the moment that she watched her mother's throat be slit.
Yeah, and he wouldn't be going into graphic detail
Yeah.
for those things specifically.
Yeah, she remembers what those moments are, though, when you reference them.
I'm sure.
Specifically, her father trapped within the cell. Her getting hit in the stomach with an arrow and having to pull it out of herself. While she watches a friend just get stabbed through the face. And also Caius, anytime he comes up. The most uncomfortable she looks is when the memory of the boat is brought up, of all of you on the boat, heading back to Agora, where she finally kind of felt like she was happy to travel with you all.
Mm-hmm.
She says...
I think after this retelling, he'd slip something in real quick.
Mm-hmm.
He would also say, Tybella, I cannot explain how or why these scenes came to me. And I understand I would certainly feel as though they were an intrusion on parts of my life that I would rather be kept to myself. And for that, I can only fruitlessly apologize.
I don't know how it happened either. I've never died. But it's not the intrusive factor. It is far more uncomfortable to hear out loud, because when I see them, they are in my head. They're not someone telling a story. So it's difficult to hear out loud. To be quite fair, I saw a lot of your life too.
Really?
Yes.
What did you see?
Do you actually want to know?
I do.
Some of it was nice, I guess. Not all of it. But I saw when you were young. I saw the way your mother treated you and your father, and how they absolutely despised your existence, and also that they basically promised that you would die, whether that be sacrifice or something else. I saw that as a child you used to sneak out, and that you had people that would, I don't know, give you kindness. I saw the death of your friend at the hand of Yusefka. I saw you watch someone flayed alive. I watched moments that you had with Narcelia. And also some really risque stuff with some sort of a target that you had, their wife at least. Interesting. But I saw what they did to your friend. Not too dissimilar to what I went through. Unlike you, I didn't have to watch, so I can only imagine.
And the Veil Keepers, then?
I knew my parents were deep in something when I was younger. I didn't know what. I still am not sure whether it was the Veil Keepers or whether it was something different. I have no way of knowing now. As I grew up, that night that your family's guards approached my home, I was lucky that my sister was not there. She was far away. She was in Ascendus, and I went looking for her. I never found her. I've still never found her. I assume she's dead. But I did meet Caius, and Caius was her friend, and he told me of the Veil Keepers. My sister had known of them for quite some time. The gods' history in Damada is twisted. I don't know all of the specifics. No one really knows what happened to the original gods of Damada, to which there are 2. But they are gone, and no one knows where. And they were replaced with these 4 gods that currently oversee this place. All I know is that when Damada was reborn, these gods used to be able to walk amongst the mortals, to interact, to talk as if they were just another person. That doesn't seem to be the case anymore. The Veil Keepers would like to keep it that way, because whatever happened with the original gods, all I know is that the fall of Damada was not at the hands of the people that lived within it. As I learned all of this, we wore those rings as just a sign to each other. I don't know what the swirling does. I never had my own ring. Caius was going to make me one, and I don't know if he ever got around to it. But as people discovered who we were, we started dying. People started dying, and there was a time that you saw where we were ambushed by a group of people, and I watched so many people die. Caius and I got away, and that's when we ran into Hakari's friend and Hakari. I had stepped away for moments, and when I came back, he was dead. Everyone is dead. Except for me. You're muted.
You were. You were.
I was.
I don't understand how Marcus brought you back. But you are back. And for that reason, I owe him a debt.
No, I owe him a debt. Caius was good. And I don't know what Marcus plays in this part. If he wanted me dead, like his friend, then I dare say he would have tried already. I have given you all plenty of opportunities to try and fail, but try. But Caius was a good man, and I loved him more than I have loved anyone. He would have done anything to protect the people around him. But he was stubborn and insufferable, and he would never, ever admit how much he cared about his friends. You kind of remind me of him sometimes.
Enough of that. I felt what you felt. And I know how deeply that cut. The mystery of Marcus and Hakari's acquaintance is one that I would very much like to pursue. But there is an obstacle in the path of that pursuit in Yusefka and these shadow binders.
Fucking shadow binders.
I warned Marcus and the others about these emerald cloaked fiends,
The shadow binders.
that if they're to be seen, then we should run. My opinion on that has not changed. And your fate, however brief, has only strengthened that resolve. Until we have a way to survive an encounter with who or whatever Yusefka is or aims to be, we need to tread carefully.
I want to make one thing clear, though. Everyone that I cared for is gone. And they all died for this. I can't let that be for nothing. If they think I'm dead, then good. Let them. I am in no rush to hunt down the Shadowbinders. There's one of me. There's many of them. But I can't promise I'm just going to stand by if I see them again.
I believe I'm going to take it upon myself to find a way for you to care about yourself in some way. And
I
then
care about
perhaps,
myself.
excellent, in which case, not everyone that you care about is dead. And for the time being, I think I intend to keep it that way. And I think at this point, kind of running out of time, I guess, to the dinner, with Velendar will probably scoot into a bathroom situation to wipe some grime off himself and prepare.
Yeah. As
You also request a dodgy liquid like milk.
No,
He can provide his own milk.
he'll not.
as you make your way towards the bathroom, thinking about the Shadowbinders, the Veil Keepers, the fact that someone's been inside your head, all of these different things. We're gonna briefly pop on over into a cutscene.
Fucking what now?
And as we do that, I have spoken to the players about this beforehand. I will get the players to make their decision now, if that's okay.
I don't want to listen.
Okay. Deafen yourself.
I will listen, but that's because I've already listened to other things and not used it, so you know I'm fine with it.
Yeah, great. You have 3 seconds. Wait. All you see is darkness. And as your consciousness begins to return, you feel form, and you feel your fingers and your toes. You have movement. You feel your eyelids become heavy, knowing that they are closed. You feel this cold draft around your body, and consciousness comes back to you. And while slow at first, it hits you like a ton of bricks, like an oncoming train. And immediately, as you come to, you suddenly feel a figure on either side of you, holding your arms against a cold stone tabletop. They, as you blink your eyes open, you can't see faces. All you can see is this shadow around their form and these dark emerald green cloaks.
I launch up awake, furiously check my surroundings. They're holding my wrist. I'm gonna yank for one and grab at the side of one of their hips where I assume a dagger is and launch it into the eyeball of the shadow socket of the other guy.
Yeah, and this person, while there is this weight to them holding you down, you pull this dagger from their hip, and as you launch this dagger, you feel it make contact with just the surface of their skin before they dissipate into this shadowy smoke, and they are gone. That arm of yours is now free.
Amazing. With that, I'm gonna try and jab it directly into the throat where I was recently just killed and slice across.
The
Yeah.
moment that you do, Yosefka is right in front of you, holding the dagger, and your throat. Shush, shush, shush. You just woke up. If that had been a real person, we'd have a mess.
Oh! I'm looking forward to creating a fucking mess. Where the hell am I?
Oh. It doesn't look familiar to you. When it wouldn't. But, she'll just ease you back into the chair. I would suggest you sit. For a bit. Some stuff I'd like to discuss.
Oh. You would like to fucking discuss things? I'd like to discuss things too.
Well, we have all the time in the world. Speak. It's a nice gash on your neck there.
And
Suits
pull
you.
up my dagger and just have a look in the reflection. Ugh. Did you have to cut off my head?
Well, the little crow was incessant in his bitching and whining. Had to make an example in some way, right? You had to see it happen. Otherwise it wouldn't have been believed.
I dropped the accent.
Yes, well, I did warn you that he was a little bitch.
But you didn't warn me that you were attached.
I'm not
Did
attached.
you? Oh.
I just didn't think that he necessarily needed more trauma.
Right, and so you decided to sprinkle on a little bit of whatever the fuck that was?
Trauma would just give him all the more reason for a vendetta.
But I'm sorry for trying to help you out. Honestly.
As if that petulant child would have any... You know who you're talking to.
I know. But, you know.
And you
People
thought
make-
to protect me. Me. I shouldn't have brought you back. Fucking worthless.
You had to. We made a deal.
Which is why you're here.
What do you want?
A thank you?
That would be nice.
Okay, I smear the blood and write on your arm, thank you.
It's expensive stuff. Keep it inside you from now on.
What
next?
What next?
And as we all begin to get ready for dinner, we're going to go to a really quick 10-minute break. We will see you back here in about 5-10 minutes. Until then, hydrate, keep yourselves healthy, and we'll see you very fucking shortly.
I am flabbergasted. I am befuddled by the buffoonery before me.
Obedient?
What? What the fuck? Obedient?
That's one.
Choose your next two so fucking wisely.
Right, they've both been bitten by people that are infected by this disease. That's a problem. As far as he knows, Eden hasn't, and so Eden's the only one who can get on the boat at this stage.
I haven't.
Yeah, but Belle's been really fucking mean. And so his concern is for the chick who just kissed him as opposed to...
Oh, wow.
To be fair, you
love how
did
you
also
What was I
Scarlet player.
supposed to do? Kiss my brother?
I'm sorry, what?
Wait, alright, hang on.
Okay, hold on.
Hang on.
Hold
I
on.
came back from the dead to say that.
Hold on.
It is. This is a dowry.
Was that your love language? Just throwing logs? Great.
Correct. Random acts of lumberjacking is my love language. That's. Remember that time I dropped a tree on top of you?
Oh my
Now
god,
you know.
okay, now I understand. That was like the ultimate... Yeah, okay, great.
In which case, Valentin's gonna just very sneakily mount her and place his dagger at her throat.
Fucking knew it, you little bitch. Okay,
And
great.
in her ear, wake her with the words, "It's my turn, Tybella." And he'll wait for her to wake at this point.
And she does, immediately.
There are approximately 3 or 4 people on the face of this cursed earth who know who I truly am. And most of them want me dead. So far you don't seem to be one of them. And I'm lonely. Shall we have a little chat? You can inflict whatever you want on me, whatever you want, you know this. So you say you have strong opinions, please elaborate.
I have strong feelings more than opinions.
Sure. Feel me up. No? Produce your...
Okay, Elliot's in the boat. There's 2 more seats in the boat.
I can sit on someone's lap.
Fuck off! Get your own boat!
Oh no.
What the fuck? Wow. Oh, okay.
I don't know if you can see what my options are, but option 1...
Hang on, let me pull these up over here. So this is option 1. Do you want to read it out for us, Emily? Can you?
I'm sorry, I cannot. I simply can't.
Do you want me to read it out? God.
I'm not crazy, I just got power word killed. Hamish,
Yeah?
Do it.
stop trying to stick your flute up his butt.
Whoa! Holy shit!
Oh my god! Why did you do that?
I do want to watch this though.
I have.
Fuck, I should have taken my clothes off.
met few aside from the
Truly should have.
And turn to face the guards that are approaching Marcus.
Absolutely.
She's going to start approaching with her arms out to the ground.
Okay.
And as she's doing this, her dress, which we all remember was made of beautiful leaves, are going to start falling as though it's autumn.
Okay.
Her entire body is going to become covered in vines, and as the vines fall away, her armor and all of her weapons are back.
Excellent.
She's going to stand in front of Marcus
Quick roll
with
a
her
D10.
shield on one arm and her sword in the other, and she's gonna widen her stance with her sword towards the guards, and she's gonna be like, "Come on, boys."
So, with a very blunt knife and a lot of tears, Blue painfully, slowly cut off her best friend's arm to save his life as a child. And even to this day, if she closes her eyes to go to sleep, she can still feel and see, like, just, you know, what it's like to cut off someone's arm. The one thing she would change about that is that despite her efforts and despite everything it took, she cut off the wrong arm and her best friend died anyway. So, if she had to change anything, it would be to go back in time and pick the other arm. You're welcome.
Talk about burying the fucking lead.
Wow. Okay, yeah. That... I'm not trying to hurt you, but I also have no reason to lie to you, Scarlet.
There probably could have been a way to sort of ease into things a bit more.
You're probably right, but I also wasn't expecting to see my dead daughter.
Oh, fuck off.
The problem is that I'm a chronic overthinker. So, like...
Oh, that's the problem, is it?
Yeah.
Woo!
I'm just gonna overthink about what Promethean just said for so long.
Oh no!
Emily! Oh my god!
Stab. Oh no. What have I done? That's the anus for me. It's like, that's what a god should be.
Sorry, say that again.
This is like...
the what? Could you just repeat that one more time?
I look. Everyone, push him off immediately. Oh my god!
No one can push him off.
I can check this shit out.
Yeah.
Fuck you, my buddy. Oh no!
Oh, you took me down! What have you done? Oh my god! Promethean!
As I'm like clutching at my throat, ripped apart. The injury's too much. Sink down. And as his life like flashes before his eyes, the last thing he thinks of is the Dragon Ball Z like afterlife, and he's like, I'm coming, King Kai. King Kai.
This is why we're not fucking friends anymore. Fucking nerd.
He collapses.
Excellent!
Fucking hell.
Yeah, you right, buddy?
Yeah, I'm good. It's just now, I've got to start a tally of times that I've been made to spit by everyone in this group.
Wow. Stop it. Oh.
As she is told to go and kill Justin, you can tell that there's this part of her that's like fighting it with every fiber of her being. And Eden, you look into her eyes and you can see that she wants to rip you in half.
What?
Marcus's thought is as follows: a tragic tale of a failed sister that's looking to get her ends. And she's going to be really upset to see the book in Grommy's hands isn't the book Grommy thought it was.
How so?
You remember when we went to the market and we went all that shopping? If you look at my items, I bought a book that was about the same size and shape of the book, DM.
Oh, you fuck.
When Grommy asked for it, it was a bit too obvious that Grommy suddenly wanted to be our friends. And Marcus is like, we've been horribly betrayed. Let's see who's doing what.
Beautiful, sneaky bastard.
Hey, we're back.
Nice.
We're back. Hey, Deetwenty, do you want to recap for us?
Sure. So we had a long rest.
No.
We leveled
what?
up.
I leveled up twice.
We leveled up.
You actually
so
leveled down. It's crazy.
importantly, Marcus got his milk, which he got to bathe in. Delphine got her own bathing moment as well, which was probably a lot more interesting than Marcus's one. Hakari went to get the milk and then opened a door. And then I stopped listening to the entire conversation because apparently there was a plot line, which, is deeply frustrating that Marcus wasn't involved in. Marcus did climb out the window to listen to it, but his towel got stuck inappropriately.
His towel? Oh, his towel.
Towel, woman. Towel?
Okay, great.
Oh my God, I'm a furry.
Listen, I could see Marcus doing it, eh? And it'd be hot.
Okay.
Hey,
different stream.
let's get into
Now for dinner.
the stream. Everyone spends however long it takes them getting ready for dinner. At some point, Velendar, you can hear that someone does arrive at the room and drop what you can assume is something off for Tybella. And when you emerge, she is dressed. But we're not going to describe what everyone's wearing because we're going to wait until we get to the dinner table.
Cute.
And I am going to get everyone to let me know where they think they would arrive. If they don't care what order they arrive in, then you can all roll initiative. Tybella will be deliberately making sure she is not the first or last person to arrive.
Sorry, Delphine's gonna try and go out at the same time as Scarlet because she needs to check something.
Great. Excellent. Scarlet, do you think you would be trying to kind of beat everyone to dinner, or?
Scarlet would probably be in a spot where she could see most people, so that if they felt uncomfortable about going in on their own, she could go in there with them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, cool. It's almost like you're hanging, waiting for everyone just outside the dining room scenario.
Just to make sure they're comfortable, they're fine, all that sort of
In that case, do you think you would all enter together? Do you think you would all wait for each other?
No.
Okay, Marcus, are you going straight in and not waiting for anyone?
He's going to be fashionably late, I think.
Marcus goes to find Hakari.
What are you doing?
Is Marcus getting dressed off
What is he
screen?
doing?
D, are you getting
He's having a
dressed?
bath.
The milk is everywhere. I'm just knocking it up with stuff.
Okay, are you first or last though, Marcus? Oh.
Beautiful.
Stunning.
I described it very casually.
Look at him. Wow.
Bloody Disney Prince moment. I swoon.
What a king.
Hakari,
Oh my God,
old
it's
chap.
the color pop.
Yeah.
Yep.
Marcus, you look dashing.
Should I go with the orange or should I go with the off cream around the neck? Because I don't want to show too much, collar. For such a
Delicatesse.
and the hair.
Yeah, I think go the orange. We'll match then. It'll match my sash.
Did think about the leopard skin, but I just thought it's a little bit too much for this.
It would be.
And
yeah.
I'm just trying to work out where to put my peacock feather. But anyway, Hakari, let's go in first. We need to just assess the room very quickly. So let's get there before everybody else, just to get a feel of what's there.
All right. Does my hair look okay?
Splendid, young man, splendid. Probably just move that a bit there and a bit there, and you probably want to just tie some stuff off, and but other than that, marvelous, absolutely spectacular. Let's go.
Things you said before. Okay, all right.
So are you
Guys,
two entering first?
Oh yes.
Fuck. Excellent. You enter the dining room, and the only person sitting at the table currently is someone that neither of you have met just yet. It is a male human. They look slightly older than Scarlet, but not by much.
Ah, Harrison. What a pleasure to meet you. I've heard so much about you.
And
Is it Harrison?
Interestingly, I've heard nothing of you.
That's the way we like to operate.
We
We're companions of Lady Bell, as you probably don't know.
Scarlet's never brought anyone back here before. What makes you so special?
You'll find out. You'll find out. But it's a delight to hear. Did you arrive with your mother or your grandparents by any chance?
I arrived with my mother. Our grandparents don't live here.
Thought they might pop in for this.
No, haven't spoken to them in years.
Oh. And how have you been? You must have been off the estate for a while.
I don't know. How about you tell me your name first?
Certainly, Marcus Atticus Drody.
Drody.
Drody, that's correct.
Huh. Interesting. I've heard of you. A lot, actually.
That's very marvelous of you, thank you. But
don't thank
enough
me
about
just
me.
Yet.
Enough about me. Where have you been? It's been a fascinating few days, and you must have been so busy.
No, not really. I'm preparing to travel to Maluhia.
Anything special that you want to tell us about?
I think I'll wait for Scarlet.
Oh, well, she'll be here shortly. She's just making herself look more radiant than she normally is.
And who's your friend? He looks at you, Hakari.
I'm Hakari Zai of the Five Winds Monastery, and I'll bow. You are as decadent as this hall is large. It's a compliment.
And a splendid one of that, chap. A splendid, well done, Hakari, for bringing such a little grace to this conversation.
Hakari?
The Five Winds.
5 Winds. That's in Maluhia, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
yes.
cool. I've heard of that.
Have you?
Yeah. Not much.
Really?
I don't care enough.
It's okay. What have you heard?
Oh, just whatever Nicholas's friend has told me. You seem to all know so much. I would assume that you know who Nicholas is.
I look to Marcus. Yeah.
Can you make a deception check for me, please, both of you?
Can I please do this? At
Actually, you know what? Yeah, you can.
thank you.
But can you just let me know if you roll over a nat 1?
Like an 11?
Yeah, great. If you've rolled over a nat 1, then you beat him, and for that reason, you absolutely think that you got away with that. Cool. Where's my sister?
So what have the two of you been up to?
It's just me.
Yes, but you mentioned that your mother came in with you, so...
Oh yeah, she was doing her own thing. I don't know what she was doing. I don't keep tabs on my mother.
DM, where's he arrayed in the table? Is he sitting close to the top of the table, the end of the table? Where is he
He's
arrayed
sitting
himself?
directly next to the head of the table.
Okay. Is there there's staff nearby?
There is no places set on the table either with name cards. Like, you feel like you could sit wherever you wanted. You would know, Marcus, as someone that comes from a wealthy family, that you shouldn't sit at the head of the table unless you are the head of the family.
So I shouldn't line the table half exposed as well. Is that a no? So
Correct.
just
Yeah.
checking. Okay, that's fine. Just making sure it's not one of those families.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
I wouldn't be against it.
Sure.
It's not one of those families yet. Give us time.
Yeah, we'll get there eventually.
You watch at this point as Oliver, who you've already met, makes his way in, and he looks at the both of you and says, "I trust you found your rooms comfortably."
Well, thank you. So very kind of you. And again, your hospitality has been outstanding. Can't thank you enough for the kindness.
Appreciate the gratitude. Please take a seat. You don't need to stand, and you also don't need to wait. My wife will be down shortly, as will my daughter.
We'll just wait here for them. And Harrison was just telling us about his journeys, weren't you, Harrison?
Yeah. I mean, I haven't been on them yet. I've journeyed, but I haven't been on this journey yet. Great.
Allow him to get really uncomfortable in a silence. We're just looking at him and nodding.
As you do that, he actually says, "Yeah, you definitely seem like you and Scarlet would get along."
She is a spectacular human being to know, and a person of deep thought and conversation, which I'm sure that
I
you've
know.
engaged with her.
She's my sister. I know.
Yes.
This guy's a bit
You're
of a
very
dick,
lucky.
right?
Marcus, yeah, but
Yeah.
we've established that.
Yeah. At this
Scarlet
point,
has mentioned this. Yeah.
Scarlet, I would assume at this point, you're kind of standing, waiting for the rest of your companions, making sure everyone feels comfortable entering the room. You can hear Marcus and barely hear Hakari the few times that he's spoken. I would assume Delphine would potentially arrive next.
Delphine's gonna poke her head around the corner of the hallway and be like, "Scarlet, hey,
Yeah.
do I need shoes?"
It's preferable. Do we have the same shoe size? Do you want to just borrow something?
No, it's okay. I don't like shoes. So just give me a second. And she's gonna look down.
You can take them off under the table. Just wear them to walk in, and then after you sit down, take them off under the table.
It's okay. It's okay. I got a plan.
Okay.
She's just gonna hide back around the corner real quick because she needs to do a little magic thing and she doesn't want anyone to see her do it because she got told no magic.
Magic bad.
Good. She's just hiding. Okay. Do you want to go in together?
Yes, and I think I know where I'm going to get you to sit. That will, yes, in a way that blocks Nick the Dick.
Who's Nick?
The fiance. Don't
Oh
tell
yeah,
him
we
I
don't
called him that, but
yeah,
he is.
temporary
Yeah.
setback.
Yeah. Because Abby will be fine with it. He won't be fine. And it will make him feel so uncomfortable for all of the dinner. And it will be amazing.
Okay. Does this look okay? So you're gonna look at Delphine, and she's made a dress. And the dress looks like, dandelion puffs where you blow them and they flow away. So it's like that, but it's upside down. So the top is green leaf, as though it's the bottom of the dandelion puff. And then it just kind of flows out into a really fluffy white skirt that looks like the fluff of a dandelion puff. And then she's used the vines that she usually has as her tattoos. You can see that they're no longer up around her neck because they've all wrapped around her leg, and then she's got them covering her feet with leaves so that she looks like she's wearing ballet flats, but ballet slippers, like ballerinas wear. Because she doesn't actually like shoes because then she can't feel the ground.
Which is fair. Absolutely fair. Yes, let's go in now. Be prepared. I have mentioned it before to some. Brother is a bit of an asshole. He will pretend he's better than everyone else in the room. So if that happens, it's not you, it's him.
I mean, the most important people in your family, like yourself and Abby, seem to be delightful. So,
Mum's a bit of a space cadet. So, that's a thing as well. Well, not Mum. I've still got to get used to that. That's okay.
Are you gonna confront them about it, or are we're just gonna let it go?
I'm gonna feel around some things because I have a theory. So I'm just gonna throw some small pebbles and watch the ripples and see what happens.
I mean, if you need a distraction, I got you.
Okay. What Scarlet's going to do when she walks into the room is in the same way earlier on she took Velendar's hand when they went to see Rayella the first time.
Mm-hmm.
Having heard Hakari struggling a little bit, she will take Hakari's arm and take him to a table.
Thank you.
Sick.
Is Delphine just gonna follow you guys because she has no idea where she's sitting?
Yeah. Just follow in. And basically it'll be a case of on one side of her leave a gap and then she'll call Abby to sit next to her because of course her sister's going to want to sit next to her when she's just come back. And because you're the next seat over, that blocks Nick the Dick.
Excellent. Excellent. You all take your seats. And Harrison goes, Sister, you didn't tell anyone that you were gonna return. Where have you been?
So unlike someone who talks about travels and never actually goes on them, I actually
been on travels, you just haven't been here to see them.
You go to very close places. I've been to almost
You wouldn't
everywhere.
know. You haven't been here in almost a year, Scarlet. You don't know
Yeah,
shit.
but you're older than me, so you would have been traveling from my age if you were legitimately traveling, and you weren't.
Maybe I didn't want to. Maybe I was comfortable here.
Well, some of
us don't like to disown our families, Scarlet.
I never disowned my family. If I disowned my family, I wouldn't be back here.
How was Malu here?
It was great, thank you.
Yeah.
At least I've been there.
I have
More
been
than
to
once.
Malu here, Scarlet. I've also
So have I.
I've also heard what you call yourself there, Scarlet.
Yeah, I do call myself Scarlet there.
Interesting. I've heard a couple of other names.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean I've disowned my family.
Interesting. I guess we have a lot to talk about over dinner, and you watch as he clicks his fingers, and someone standing nearby pours a deep red glass of wine into a goblet for him. Velendar, as you emerge to join everyone, Tybella is not in the room. You would find her standing at the bottom of the stairs, looking like she does not want to go into this fucking dinner, but also is impatient and wants, you get the sense she wants to go in to get it done with.
Yeah.
You would see that she is now back in her elven form, not in her drow form, and that on your way out, you would see a small pile of gold sitting on the vanity table.
Excellent.
There's about 100 gold pieces sitting there for you.
Brilliant.
You would also see that Tybella, who wears all dark clothing, but obviously they perceived this woman as an elven woman as she arrived, wearing something incredibly uncharacteristic. It is this flowy, like light sage green dress that she looks like very uncomfortable in. But not uncomfortable as in like ew, it's scratchy. It's like a little self-conscious uncomfortable. And she is just kind of waiting for the right time to enter. Probably for you.
I guess, are we describing our outfits at this point?
Yeah, tell us what you're wearing, Girly
sure.
Pop.
So Velendar then would...
Because we know what Marcus is wearing, and we know what Hakari's
I know,
wearing.
how pretty is he? Velendar will have pulled out his fine clothes, which will consist of a black silken shirt embroidered with a pattern very similar to this, with a deeply cut chest, very small little diamond buttons along that V-line. Probably a purple, very deep dark purple lined kind of half cloak over his shoulders, fastened with a silver wren that holds them there. And he'll come up from behind and stand next to Tybella, hold an arm out, just incredibly gentlemanly like. Well, shall we get this over with?
Yes. Absolutely. As quickly as possible. She takes your arm.
Brilliant. And he will lead her then into the dining room.
As she enters with you and kind of sees everyone. Again, it's still only Oliver and Harrison from the Bell family who have arrived for dinner just yet. You all clock this, Tybella. No insight check required. There is a moment where she sees the amount of people in this room, and there is like the slightest bit of panic, and then it's just stone-faced Tybella again. You would all now clock this noticeable scar through her lip that was not there before, and that she can't cover that.
And a dirty
Delphine's gonna-
20
I'm
makeup
sorry.
job. And a dirty 20 makeup job.
There you go.
Delphine's gonna lean across the table to Tybella and say, "You look very pretty tonight." Just in an effort to make her feel better.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I like your dress, Delphine.
Thank you. I made it. I'm good with fabric.
DM.
Mm-hmm.
First thing on entering this room, what's the layout? And specifically, where are all the exits?
Great. I'm so glad you asked. Hey, basically, this is quite a large room. And it's very not necessarily open plan. You have entered through a doorway. As you've entered through, it's like big dining room, large doorway to the next room, which is a large like sitting room. There is a piano over in the corner, and big windows from like ceiling to floor. Currently the curtains are not fully drawn, but mostly. And you can see the sky outside, which is now quite dark. Their exits, closest one is the way you came in. You haven't explored beyond that. At the moment, just the one exit.
Okay. But there's no like doors visibly on the other side at all.
No, because it's quite open. You would assume that if there was another exit, you would have to go through the archway into kind of the sitting room and see if there was another exit that way.
Yeah, okay. I think seating wise, Velendar would try and seat himself opposite Tybella, and try and kind of convey that he's watching her back.
Mm-hmm.
Rather
So
than sitting next to her.
basically, if I get this right, you've got head of the table, Harrison. Where are you sitting, Marcus?
As Scarlet entered the room and the sibling debate started, Marcus sauntered past the piano and almost as an enhancement to Scarlet's voice, was just playing a couple of notes every time Scarlet was saying something.
Mm-hmm.
She gets bardic inspiration.
Ooh.
For the
hot.
next 10 minutes, you can add a D8 if you need it at this stage. And Marcus then is Harrison sitting next to his father?
Mm-hmm. His
Yeah.
father is not
Okay.
sitting currently, standing behind the chair.
But he
And
is sitting as close to the head of the table as he is, and probably can't wait till he can be in it.
Mm.
yes, and who's sitting across from Harrison at the moment?
No one.
No one.
Okay.
You.
You?
How about we
if,
do
if the suit
Yeah.
fits?
How about we do Marcus, Hakari, Scarlet, Abby, Delphine?
Yep, cool. And then Tybella is sitting across from Delphine, so leaving a couple of chairs between Harrison and herself. And then you would be seeing more diagonally Velendar, if that works.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Which probably works better if you're actually trying to watch her back.
Well, it's more that I trust her to watch mine, so
Yeah.
we both have a view of the opposite side of the room from each other.
Yeah, cool. And at that moment, kind of from the sitting room direction, you can all hear like the clicks of these heels. And they're not like heels that are like stepping or strutting. They're almost like skipping through as Abby emerges in this like beautiful flowy like sunset orange dress that is just, it doesn't reach the floor, it's just like slightly below the knee, and her hair hangs really loose to the small of her back, and she sees you all sitting there and she goes, "Oh wow, okay, I wasn't expecting to be almost the last one here."
Delphine's gonna stand up and pull out the chair next to Scarlet for Abby.
And she sees you do this and sees you and then sees Scarlet, and she makes her way over and takes a seat. As she does, Harrison says, "Sister, you don't..." whatever.
She wants to sit next to her sister who has been away for a while. What is wrong with that?
Oh, I wasn't thinking of you, Scarlet. I was more thinking of her fiance, but sure.
Well, if they're married, then he will have her company for the rest of his life.
Oh, we're not married yet.
But I mean, if you are to be married, if you do get married. So,
Forever.
well, I mean, anything could happen.
Okay. And she takes a seat and she says, "Thank you, Delphine."
Delphine's just gonna sit down and kind of like bow at her a little bit in her seat. She's obviously a little bit flushed and embarrassed.
Hold on.
If Harrison notices, he's going to leverage that.
You see that she's also lightly flushed on her cheeks. And
I think it's probably a good time to mention that because Delphine is green, if she blushes, it's just a slightly darker green.
I love that. And kind of as everyone starts to take their seats, you hear these like this slam almost of a cart door. And you hear these two mass presenting voices start conversing with each other loudly. Not obnoxiously, but loudly. As they kind of make their way through, kind of like two people who have just left like a bar and are kind of like, you know, they're a bit rambunctious, and through the door, Scarlet, you recognize this person.
Nick the Dick.
You see this human, brown chestnut hair that like sweeps across his forehead. He is solid, broad-shouldered, got this like golden tan complexion. He's just wearing a simple brown jacket, a white button-up shirt. It's frustratingly like someone that looks like they've put in no effort, but still looks good. It's annoying. And as he walks through, he's followed by another human. This one you don't recognize. He has like red, like coils of hair that hang over his face. This dark stubble that lines his chin. He's wearing like a dark navy blue, loosely hanging shirt, and black pants. The two of them are conversing. It doesn't sound like anything deep. They're just talking shit as they walk through. And they stop in the door. Nicholas, your ex-fiance, sees you and just is like, and then looks at Abby and Harrison and Oliver, and he walks over to your father and he goes, Lord Bell, great to see you as always, and like holds out a hand. They both like shake hands. He's like, I hope you don't mind. I invited Aries to dinner. And Oliver, you have rarely seen your dad anything but like cool, cold, no life to him. And he lights up slightly. It's a weird sight. And he goes, Nicholas, I'm just glad you could join us. Please take a seat. Ari's good to see you as always. You're always welcome. That's fine. And the two of them take a seat. Nicholas reaches across to Abby and just gently places a hand on hers and says, sorry I was out so long. I wasn't planning on it, but we just got a little bit carried away. You look wonderful. And she says, thank you. I'm just glad you could make it. Have you met all of Scarlet's new friends?
Can I have a perception check on how Abby feels interacting with Nick?
You can make an insight check for sure.
Okay. Oh.
Excellent.
It's not great.
Hey, this works.
She's distracted.
Yeah. I got a 5.
You got a 5?
Yeah.
Oh. Look, she looks like no change at all in her demeanor. And in the meantime, hey, thanks All Things Fantasy for the raid. I hope you're having a great night. Thanks for joining us. We're just playing some D&D, rolling some dice. Let us know what you were doing. Beach episode.
Definitely
totally...
nothing cooked and foreboding before the break.
Yeah, it's absolutely fine. But hey, welcome in. Happy to have you here. If you need to raid a run, take care of yourselves. Whatever you need to do. Otherwise, apparently release the birds or brids or burbs.
Burbs.
Yeah, cool. There's so many ways that's spelt in the chat. I love it. What you would notice is that there's no demeanor change, Delphine. Like, she just looks like she is acting normal. So at this point, it's Harrison, Aries, and then Nicholas, who is sitting next to Tybella. Very evidently trying to keep close to his fiancée. Everyone is there except for your mother, Scarlet. What is everyone doing?
I think it was pointed out in chat. I don't think Scarlet's had a chance to describe what.
Yeah, I would like to hear Scarlet's outfit.
Oh yeah, Scarlet. What are you wearing?
So Scarlet is wearing a dress that has like the Empress line fit. So she's got the top is like a black with red feather beading on it. So red beadings on the black that are shaped to look like feathers falling over her top half. The bottom half is a black sheer. So at the moment, when you first look at it, you think, oh shit, she's wearing something see-through. And she's got a nude illusion lining to it because she wants to cause a little bit of ink from the family without it being too unseemly.
You would notice then, like, as you entered, your dad, like, looks you over very briefly, but doesn't seem to react too much. Your brother, on the other hand, looks very fucking smug as he looks at you.
He's just jealous that she gets laid more.
Excellent.
Or at all.
Excellent. What are the rest of you doing?
Delphine's gonna turn to Abby and just quietly be like, I made you a gift if you'll accept it.
How loud are you saying this?
Very quietly. Only Abby can hear this.
Cool. Can you make a stealth roll?
Fuck! I can try. I have a disadvantage on stealth.
Oh no.
Oh, but that's only when you're wearing heavy armor.
And also, you're not wearing heavy armor. So
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so that means I can just do a straight roll?
Yeah, go for it.
Love that.
And I mean, Scarlet's going to totally... No, because if Scarlet sees you're trying to have a conversation with Abby, she will distract and have a louder conversation with someone else.
You are sitting next to Velendar, I believe. No, not Velendar. You're sitting next to...
I've got Hakari on one side because I led him to the table. So it's like Marcus, Hakari, Scarlet, Abby, Delphine.
Mm.
Can I get advantage? Because
Scarlet is fully
Go
helping
for it.
with this
Go for
because it
Yeah,
will
yeah.
shame out.
Sorry, I just assumed that you would do that you would know. That's fine.
Cool. So, like, look, the advantage was not helpful because I got a 4 on one dice and I got a 1 on the other.
no.
No one reacts to anything.
This is not a great night for Delphine.
Importantly, no one reacts to anything. For all intents and purposes, you feel like no one can hear what you're saying.
Cool.
Abby says, she says just as quietly, she says, you didn't have to get me anything.
Oh, I didn't. I made it. And she's gonna, like, unwrap from, like, a little silk handkerchief this bracelet. And it's gonna be like a rose gold kind of look. It's obviously not real gold because Delphine is not rich.
You're using a My First Jewelry kit, so yeah.
But it's kind of like a cuff that would wrap around Abby's arm.
Cute.
With like vines around it and little buds of flowers across the vines. And in the center of each of the flowers is going to be a tiny little aquamarine, the same shade as Abby's eyes.
That's so cute.
Heckin' cute.
She puts it on immediately. And she says,
Delphine's ears are going to be like...
She says,
you know, like how a dog wags their tail? That's her telltale sign.
no one's ever made me anything like this before.
Well, I saw the jewels in my kit and they reminded me of your eyes. And I thought, well, I think she deserves to have pretty things.
I'll find a way to repay you.
A gift doesn't need repayment.
Oh, no, I know, but if you've made me something, I feel like I should make you something. I'd like to.
Well, I will look forward to it.
Okay. Cool. I'll think about it. Hakari, could you make a perception check for me, please?
Sure.
Are you perceiving my conversation? Because it was not very quiet, apparently.
That is 18.
You can feel the eyes of Aries on you consistently.
Oh.
I will look up. Did I catch anything about the way they moved when they walked in? My thought being is anyone who has like spent dedicating time to like a martial craft ends up having the movements of a form influence their walking patterns, anything like that. Anything of those inflections to his movements.
His moves are fluid. Like, yeah.
I'll look up, actually, very quietly, to Scarlet. Have you met this friend of your old acquaintance before?
You have not, Scarlet.
No, he must have come on the scene after I left, but it seems my father looks upon him positively, which, given the short period of time, feels unusual.
Good. Okay. I'll look up at him now then and sort of give him a nod.
He nods back politely to you.
How far away from us is he?
He is one seat above you, opposite you, if that makes sense. So he's not
Yeah,
directly
so-
opposite you, he's diagonal.
Like that way.
Yeah.
Great. Okay. What is he wearing?
He is just wearing a dark blue loose shirt.
Yeah,
And black pants.
that's right. Any features to those at all that are like
Real
that's from Motherhood?
simplistic. Real
okay.
simplistic, actually. Nothing, no like sigils, and no jewelry, no like symbols, nothing. You don't even see any weapons.
Cool. I just want to like while I'm doing that, just catch a sort of like a beat on everyone else as they're sort of sitting here or moving in and we're awaiting it. How they're like, I'm going to keep an eye on Ari, but how they've eyed Scarlet the whole time. Just not in like a protective way, just to more gain an understanding of who these people are as
Oh,
we.
seriously. Use as much. I had actually spoken with Chris, and it's like, I need to remember this because there's so much time between games. But Scarlet was going to be asking Marcus to basically insight check the family regularly.
So what I would like
Thoughts as well.
everyone to do that is interested is just make one insight check for everyone in the room.
Okay. Don't even bother coming to me. Fucking hell. Scarlet, I think you've rubbed off on me.
Hey, you should have seen what I was rolling in the game I was in this morning.
Okay, Promethean, what did you roll?
23.
Holy shit.
And very
Holy
specifically,
shit.
one of the things that Velendar is looking for is to see how murderous, if at all, Scarlet is feeling about this parental figure after the alleged
Yeah.
murder of her mother and unbeknownst fostering.
Yeah, cool. Salt, I know you said not to come to you, but what did you roll?
8.
Great. D, what did you
I got
roll?
nothing. I'm too focused on how pretty Abby looks.
Fair.
And the fact she wore my gift.
D?
At disadvantage, 16 TM.
Great.
Whoa.
Lucky.
I also got a 23.
Holy shit. Okay. And Tylera.
Thanks to the Bardic Inspiration, I got a 19.
Okay, great. Okay. You would all see no one is outwardly looking aggressively at Scarlet or like, you know, no one looks unhappy with Scarlet. What you would all notice though is that Harrison just has this smug motherfucking look on his face consistently. Just like the face you want to punch, right? Hakari and Velendar, you would pick up that smugness is very specifically likely. I know something you don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we all know he's going to try and drop shit in the table to get her in trouble.
You would all see that Abby is consistently flushed and like is giving off bi panic consistently, like just giving off absolute bi panic. And and Father Oliver Bell is looking almost borderline content that everyone is under the same roof. Yeah, that's kind of what you would pick up on. You would all pick up on, except for Delphine, also that this Ari is sizing up Hakari a little bit. Not sizing up as in like, look at this guy, I'm gonna fight this guy, but like very deliberately looking at him consistently. At this point, your mother, Scarlet, approaches the room. And you hear her before you see her, because similar to how Abby approached the room, you hear the clicking of heels. There is a flow to the way that she steps that is not like Abby skipping through the home. It is like a flow to her. It's almost like the clicks of her heels just dance across this floor. As you see her, she is golden blonde, similar to her daughter. The hair falls to the small of her back. Incredibly blue eyes, almost glass-like when you look at them. There is a golden tone to her complexion, and she is breathtakingly beautiful as she enters the room. No D10 roll required. She is stunning. And as she enters the room, she heads straight over to you, Scarlet, and gently places her hands on your shoulders and looks down at you and says, "Scarlet, you really should have sent word that you were coming back. It's lovely to see you again."
It was, shall we say, moved up due to certain events. I had intended to be able to give notice, but unfortunately, we required to speed up the process.
A blessing in disguise, I guess. And she places a polite kiss on your forehead before taking a seat at the opposite end of the table, actually by Velendar, at the opposite head of the table.
My whole party's going to hook up with my family.
Tank, you might get your wish yet. Let's go.
Wait, no. Technically, it's not ticking off a mother and daughter thing because it's the aunt, but still.
You don't know that. As soon as Amelia sits, Oliver also sits. And he says, "Whoa.
Chris died.
Deetwenty's gone." Oh, access. Oh my gosh.
Oh my god.
Wait, there's two of him. Oh.
Wow, there's two cameras.
Back.
What's happening?
What's happening?
This is
It's all fine.
incredible. I love it. We've got like 360D. Wait.
It's taking 3D to a whole new level.
Moving swiftly along. Amelia says, "It's lovely to have you all join us. I'm sorry we've not all been introduced. The staff will tell you to call me Lady Bell. You can call me Amelia. Thank you for bringing Scarlet back to us, and also for joining us in our home." And Oliver says, "Any friend of Scarlet's is a friend of ours. You are welcome here anytime you like." Harrison just goes, "Pfft." You watch as Oliver gives him like a stern look out of the side of his eye. And Harrison just kind of shrugs. And Harrison goes, "So, introductions?"
Marcus takes a quick glance at Scarlet.
Or Harrison, given we're doing this a little bit more informally, you could actually introduce yourself to people and get their names in response.
He stands up from the table and he goes, "Oh, yes, Lady Scarlet, allow me to introduce myself to all of your friends. My name is Harrison Bell." And he like does like a little curtsy before taking a seat, and he goes, "Is that good enough for you, Scarlet?"
I didn't put any sort of requirement. I just encouraged you to actually interact with people. You know, develop some of your people skills.
I don't know, I was having a lovely conversation with Marcus and Hakari.
Oh, lovely, was it?
It was
I
great.
heard the tone in your voice.
Okay, you can try and tell me what my tone means, but allow me to try and tell you what yours means later.
I know what mine means.
Oh, is it insecurity?
No.
Delphine's gonna lean across the table and be like, "You have a really inflated sense of self-worth, don't you?"
No, I just know what I'm actually worth.
He thinks the title means his value as a human being.
Oh, I don't think the title
Even cheap
means my
gems can
value.
shine prettily.
Well, I guess you would know.
She didn't pick up on him being rude to her. That went over her head.
Anyway, I've done my part.
Whatever you think you're going to do to try and wound me or make me feel inferior, Harrison, just get it out of the road.
I am not looking to wound you, Scarlet.
Really?
It's not worth my time. My time is money.
And you don't have the strength to wound her either, I would say.
Amelia just goes, now. This is the first time we've had the family together for quite some time. I would like us to be able to get along. Once again, any friend of Scarlet's is welcome here, as my husband so greatly put. And she glares at Harrison as she says this, and he just rolls his eyes. She will look at the closest person to her, which is Velendar, and say, "And you are?"
Fortunately, without siblings, Lady Bell, but I am Javier Quirinarth. So glad to make your acquaintance. A truly lovely home and a beautiful family that you have.
Quirinarth.
Indeed.
Sounds familiar. May have heard it on the wind.
You may have.
Do you speak to the wind, Lady Bell?
Just an expression, dear.
She's gonna look disappointed.
She obviously then begins to kind of
Yeah, and I
look
think
down the line.
Velendar would probably do that, and because they're seated next to each other, and so it's not a rude over table conversation, I think Velendar will actually kind of step through everyone
Great.
and inform her of
I would
who
like to know how you do that. How do you introduce everyone?
Excellent. Going down the line from memory on the table, we'll say
That part doesn't matter. We can
would
we
be
can
sure.
suspend
Would
disbelief.
be, this delightful, absolute ray of sunshine is Delphine Devenar. A true joy, which you will say correctly the first time for sure. It has been truly a joy in our collective lives since joining us. You're quite obviously familiar with your own daughter, Hakari Zai, a very stoic gentleman. Is a bit quiet, but seems a solid fellow. Marcus Atticus Drody. Bear with him.
Oh, the Drody family. I wasn't aware that we were going to have someone from the Drodys join us this evening. Your family is truly delightful, Marcus. We will have the pleasure of seeing them quite soon, actually.
Velendar will look at Marcus, look back at Amelia, and a ridiculous grin emerges on his face. Fascinating. How soon exactly do you think?
Well, it won't be all of us, but Harrison is going to be heading over to Maluhia to see his wife. And
Harrison's married?
Harrison looks at you, Scarlet, with the smuggest fucking smile on his face. As he says, "Yes, Scarlet, now if you visited home, you would know. I am lucky enough to be married now."
Yeah, you really are lucky to have found someone who will be willing to marry you.
Yes, in fact, you might have heard of her. Her name is Amber Drody, in fact. Or actually,
Marcus!
it's Amber
Congratulations! Seems that you and Scarlet are now family. How wonderful for us all. Tell me, Harrison, how long ago did this delightful boon occur?
Well, almost immediately after Scarlet left. So, almost a year now.
Oh, it's been some time.
I mean,
Has
he would have
been.
had to have married her quick after she agreed before she changed her mind.
Come on.
Well, as you would know, Scarlet, most of the marriages that we do are arranged.
This is true.
However, Amber and I get along famously. Thank you for your concern.
Oh,
Can I
I
inside
don't
check
have any
that?
concern.
You may insight
personally
check
don't
that,
care.
but the good news is you can use your existing insight check because it hasn't been that long.
Really? Because I rolled a 5 specifically to check how Marcus is reacting to this. So if I can go back to that 23.
Yeah, it's not even been 10
I
minutes.
heckin' love that.
Yeah, it's not even been 10 minutes. So first of all,
Yeah.
for Harrison, he believes every single word he's fucking saying. They get along famously. In fact, he feels very fucking lucky to have her, but also knows he fucking deserves it. That's what you get from that. Marcus, how you feeling, bud?
How you feeling, buddy?
To
That's
the
your
rest,
brother-in-law.
to the rest of the table who don't know Marcus particularly well, Marcus has that overjoyed expression that there's a member of the family. To the two that rolled the 23, there is a sharp gleam in his eye and almost a wolf-like grin. And to Harrison, he says, "You are certainly luckier than you'll ever know. And you have a spectacular partner that will show you a world that you have yet to touch and fully comprehend. Welcome."
I should welcome you because I believe she's a belle now.
Again, blood is blood, as I'm sure you're aware.
Blood is blood. You're right.
And Marcus would just literally just look at him and wait for him to say the next dumb thing.
He would stare back at you. Velendar, as you have one more companion to introduce.
Correct. Do I know Tybella's full name?
No.
I've lived her life, surely.
She's
Or
only
parts
ever
of her
the
life.
only names you've ever heard her referred to us is Tybella and her mother calling her Bella when she was a child.
Just make up a last name for her. It's fine.
No, thank you. The last of our companionship, Tybella.
She's like Madonna, only has one name.
And I think at that point, Velendar, as he is doing so, is going to get a read on Tybella as to whether or not she's going to jump in for the latter part of that introduction and take over for herself, or if she prefers to not be perceived at this time.
She will only say, well, it's lovely to meet Scarlet's family. Thank you for having us all. For as long as we are welcome, I guess.
Indeed.
Can Delphine just kind of lean behind Abby's chair and tap on Scarlet's shoulder and be like, lovely's not quite the word I would use to describe it.
As Velendar begins to toast.
To the family, Belle, and their delightful hospitality, and a celebration, however overdue, of a marriage well wrought, etc.
I have no drink left.
Everyone cheers. And the dinner begins. You're brought out a fuck ton of food. Like, truly so much. Anything that you could ever imagine eating is on this table. And it is all fucking outstanding. There is light chit chat. Harrison is a dick for the entire time. Is there anything that throughout this, because aside from them bringing up light conversation, they will ask you, Scarlet, about your journeys, about what you've been through, like all of that sort of stuff. Is there anything that you would like to specifically disclose, or anything specific anyone would like to discuss with the family?
So there is something I specifically want to disclose, but I will also, during the early parts of the dinner, ask Ari about himself. Where are you from? I've never met you before. Like all of those sorts of general questions, getting to know them.
Nicholas and I have been friends since we were kids, but I have spent my time in Sadiva. I've spent my time in Maluhia. I've been around. And I recently returned to Kaivala, caught up with Nicholas, and it's been great.
So what do you do for a profession?
Oh, I'm just a tradesperson. Just sell wares along the road wherever I can.
What type of wares?
Just cloths and silks mostly.
I mean, obviously you've spent some time here. My father reacted quite positively and seemed to know you quite well.
Your father's a good man. He lets me stay here, and he's quite good at cards, and for that reason he's a good guy. Hey Cloudkill Connor, welcome on in. Hope you're having fun, and also congratulations on being brought back into this world, you fuck, by the supernova people. Thanks for hanging out, and if you need to raid and run, totally understand. And yeah, hope you enjoyed. I think you're playing Last of Us. I hope you enjoyed it. If you're not, then fuck.
The other thing that Scarlet wants to do, probably in the second half of the dinner when people have had a little bit of wine, feel more relaxed. Scarlet has not really had any wine at all. She's been very careful about that. She'll be like, as Harrison let on, I spent some time in Maluhia. And the strange thing was, when I was there, someone yelled out to me in the street and called me Marisol. And then I'm like, really? I don't know who you are. And they said I was the spitting image of this person I knew called Marisol, or person they knew. And I realized after talking with them that it was your sister, Mum. And I realized I don't really know much about her.
You watch as your mother, the second that you say Marisol, there is she looks down and she looks genuinely sad, as her name has been mentioned. And she says, yes, forgive me, I don't talk about my sister much.
I was hoping while I'm here that we could find some time together to allow me to learn more about her. It's just, I know it will be very hurtful for you to speak, but I realized I don't know much about my family outside of the ones that live here, and I would like to know more.
And you should know more. And as she starts to speak, your father interrupts and says, Scarlet, now is not the time.
Oh no, I do mean later.
Your mother went through a lot when we lost Marisol. Please do not bring it up at the table.
Can I still make use of that 23, or does that need
Yeah,
a
I was
roll?
like inside check.
Delphine, you still have rolled an 8. The rest of you. Actually, no, you can all fucking re-roll. Eat me.
19, then 7.
19 and
26.
7?
Mhm.
So all my dice are in the bin today.
Okay, cool.
I got 25.
You got a 4, Scarlet?
Mm.
I'm so sorry. And a 2. D,
That's
what
what
did
your
you
boy's
get?
here for. I got you back. I got you.
Again, disadvantage to 17 DM.
Cool. Everyone except for Scarlet and Delphine can tell that Oliver's tone is very firm. He's being assertive. The assertiveness is kind of abrupt, and feels a little yuck. Specifically, what did you roll again, Hakari? Sorry?
I got a 25.
Okay, great. You and Velendar would specifically understand that there is an undertone of aggression to this, where, like, it's very clear that Oliver does not want to speak about her at all, or the discussion to be brought up at all.
Not just at the table, like, ever.
Yeah. Amelia, on the other hand, genuinely seems sad, like devastated at the mention of her sister.
Too bad Delphine didn't pick up on any of that.
Abby, in the meantime, will look at
Only pebbles.
you, Delphine, and you, Scarlet, and whisper so that both of you can hear. Oh no. Not this again.
Not what again?
I just don't like it when they argue.
That's fair. Especially if you're here on your own and Harrison and I have not been here.
Well, Harrison's actually been really good, Scarlet. He's been around a lot. He does leave, but you know, he's been around, and he, sorry to say, is quite nice to me.
Yes, I'm not what he wants from a sister. At least not one of title.
I don't think that's true. I think you are one of title. You just choose not to use it.
And that's also true, which means that I know when people want to spend time with me, they want to spend time with me and not my family's name.
Yeah. As this is happening, Nicholas is like, could anyone else use a drink? I'm happy to. And he starts to kind of rise, and instead of waiting for staff to pour you all drinks, he brings out a bottle of this deep red wine and offers it to each of you. Tybella is like on the wine immediately.
Yeah, fair.
Delphine covers her cup with her hand.
Okay, great.
Is this like an awkward silent situation, or do we think table banter has kind of picked up after this mention of
Table
Marisol?
banter has absolutely picked up after this.
Excellent. In which case, Velendar will turn to Amelia politely and gentlemanly like, just place a hand on hers. Lady Belle, I've recently had reason
You can call me
to-
Amelia.
Amelia, very well. I've recently had reason to reflect on deep personal losses of my own. I'm so sorry to hear about the fate of your sister. And it'll be low conversation, so old mate up the end of the table can't necessarily hear it. Just
Marcus will be distracting.
Brilliant.
Excellent.
Top end.
Yeah, just leaving an opportunity for her to respond if she wishes.
And Delphine's just going to be flirting with Abby the whole time, very quietly.
Yeah, she's flirting back. Like, absolutely flirting back, particularly
We're
now
having
that
a little
Nicholas
giggling
is...
heads together moment, you know.
Yeah, particularly now that Nicholas is, like, serving people drinks. She says, loss is never easy. And my sister and I were relatively close, but sometimes it's not until you lose someone that you realize how much you wish you knew more about them. That's true for my sister.
Do you not have anyone in your family who can help you to know her, even in her absence?
My parents and I aren't that close.
Once again, we find ourselves on familiar ground.
I think most people have issues with their parents.
Indeed, some more than others. But
having known
regardless,
very briefly of your name, I can imagine.
It certainly comes with its weight.
For the record, Tybella may not be a place you want to stay in for long.
Sorry, is Javier your real name?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I forgot.
I don't know that it's been made clear which of the names, like, to the party.
None of you would know that.
With the exception of Tybella would know, but I don't know that it's been discussed as to which is his actual.
I thought it was just another alias.
Yeah, to all of you, this is likely just another alias. You all know him predominantly as Velendar.
You could all, those of you who were there when he lost it with Yusefka and he name dropped, could probably assume that that's legit his name. So it'd be fairly easy to assume that's his real name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hakari wants to lean towards Ari, if I may.
Mm.
I'm sorry, if I'm being too forward here, you appear to be like a man who is steps with purpose, moves with thought, and has considered every option before he makes the slightest choice. Why are you looking at me?
He reacts like Emily just did and does a little laugh. And he says, "Oh, no reason. You look oddly familiar."
Do I?
Yeah.
Oh my God, he's married to your brother. No.
I'm sorry, I'm not good at these social situations, and I really only speak when I have something to say. And I felt now was the time. You looked intense. What do I remind you of?
Just a story I heard one time.
It's a good place for stories.
It is, but forgive me, I've had a few wines. Might be wise for me to tell you when I haven't.
You could tell it now.
I think I'll wait.
Why?
Because I have an open invitation to the castle, and it sounds like you do too. Or not castle, home. Tell you what.
Okay.
Tell you what.
Sure.
Middle of the day, tomorrow. Meet me outside the estate, and we'll talk.
Get my 25 carryover for this, please.
Yeah, absolutely. You
the begging in the voice.
Sense that he is genuinely interested in talking to you.
Just talking?
Yes.
Or talking.
Yeah.
What was that?
Talking with benefits.
Talking with fists. No, genuinely just talking is what you pick up on. There's like a bit of a banterous tone to it.
Sure.
But it's more like, it feels more like playfully antagonistic than it does actually antagonistic.
It's not a threat upon my life.
Yeah, correct. You don't feel like this guy's going to attempt to leap across the table and cut you up.
Sure. But if I can go back to my earlier point, you move with purpose, Ari.
I've learned much.
Of? Or is this a tomorrow
This
conversation
is a
too?
tomorrow conversation. Also, thanks for the double raid, Drakai and also Judge RPG. Welcome in.
God.
Thanks for hanging out. We're playing D&D. It's fine.
It's not fine. I'm scared.
Good, as you should be. As dinner begins to wind down, Abby will hang back as long as Delphine does. Oliver will be the first to stand and say, "Forgive me as I get older. I see the need to retire earlier. I will be making my way to my chambers." And his wife, also Amelia, stands at the same time and says, "I too will be making my way to bed. But Scarlet, it is truly a joy to have you back. Stay as long as you like."
Thank you, Mother.
We will talk.
I didn't mean to upset you.
I know. And she approaches her husband, takes his arm, and the two head to their chambers.
Damn it again.
Harrison...
My next question was going to be, does it look like they sleep in the same bed or not? Damn it! Damn it! All of the damn it's!
Harrison jumps up almost immediately after. It's like, "Well, this was fun." He pauses and just looks at you, Scarlet.
Scarlet isn't even, she's just talking to someone else. She really legitimately doesn't give a shit about him.
Okay, great. Let me just roll. How many of you are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let me just roll a d6. Actually, no. We're taking Scarlet out of this equation.
Roll a d10 and divide by 2.
Roll D20 and get really confused.
Okay, he looks at Tybella, and he and he winks at her and says, "Good to meet your friends too," and then heads off to, like, in some direction towards his chambers that you broke into earlier. Tybella just looks after him and goes, "No wonder you left home."
Oh, yeah.
Is that all of everyone else gone?
Except for Abby, who is sitting there.
Delphine's actually going to ask Abby to go for a nice little stroll outside in the gardens.
She will absolutely accept, and she will
The
take...
fucking banality of it all, Scarlet! How did you survive here for that fucking long?
That was actually an exciting dinner.
Oh, I wanted to stab myself in the face the entire time.
Mm-hmm.
Delphine's just going to quickly get Abby out of here.
Abby,
that'll be post
I was
Abby.
going to say, just
No,
quickly, before you do that,
post Abby, yeah.
Before you do that, Abby takes the time to quite literally, like, stop by all of you and, like, say goodnight to each of you individually, addresses you all by name, is just the sweetest little girly pop ever, before she heads off with Delphine.
Your sister is
We're
fucking
getting
adorable.
My sister is...
For the record, Nicholas and Ari have left. Like, they're not still sitting.
Yeah. My sister is the person who was my best friend that I wanted to confide in. And I can't tell her that she's not actually my sister. I can't tell her that I'm not actually human, because that will put her in danger.
Sisters aren't always in blood. Family doesn't have to be there.
And she will always be a sister. But the problem is that right now, she's not my best friend anymore. Because I can't be honest with her.
On that note, how many members of and which specific ones of your family would you like me to kill?
I am yet to find out how much Oliver and Amelia are involved in things, so I will get back to you on that.
My read on Amelia is, if involved, there's certainly regret there. I think that's a thumbscrew that definitely deserves a bit of twisting.
And I think she will be the way to get the answers that I need.
I think you might be right.
Even if it means hurting her emotionally to do so. But for now, I'm going to take my leave. The joy is that because we have a standing account at most places in town, we can do a little bit of a shopping spree for things within reason and put it on the family's tab while we're here.
The real jewelers, kids.
And this is why Tammy asked you all during the month, if there's anything that you want, have it ready to go.
Nonetheless, if any of you do go out on a little shopping spree, lay low.
Oh no,
keep your heads down.
We will give the list to the staff here and they will go fetch it for us. We won't have to go anywhere.
Oh, I love that.
Hakari can't barter. We're not taking him shopping ever again.
Listen,
No, as someone who has
I'll go to
witnessed
learn.
Hakari barter, I can tell you right now it is the worst idea humanly possible.
And as obnoxious as it sounds, we don't need to barter. We don't need discounts.
Yeah, well, luckily we will not need to do that because Hakari, once again, was nothing but disappointing in that aspect. I'm so sorry, Hakari.
That's fine. My martial arts is not bartering. It's more talking with your fists. And honestly, if I came along and watched someone barter, that might be nice. That would be good. I would learn. Maybe. Listen, Velendar, can you just kill Nick? He sucks.
Not typically the criteria I go for. Scarlet, I have agreed to do some services for if required, given the nature of our relationship and the boon I was under the impression she had brought to my life at that time. Hakari, if you want me to kill someone, absolutely, but you will have to pay.
Fair.
While you all discuss killing people, I died today, so I am going to go and sleep. And I am also going to not look like this. And she gets up, and Tybella gets up and just leaves and heads straight upstairs to her room.
Scarlet is like, after she says that, she will leave and go to bed.
Tybella will stop you, actually, if you leave directly after her. And she will say, "We made a deal. You asked me to keep an eye on your family if we ever saw them.
And I owe you a favor, I'm well aware.
Your mother does not seem like the type of person who would kill someone in cold blood. However, sometimes those are the people that do it. That being said, if she did, similar to what was already discussed, remorse definitely runs through her. Your father is hard to read.
I have a feeling it was the grandparents behind everything. It's just how much awareness.
Your father does not like your grandparents.
Oh no, he definitely does not. And I know that they are extremely shady, and that has something to do with it.
Maybe. For the record, you owe me nothing. Consider the favor fulfilled. And she does not wait for your response and leaves.
And Velendar will dutifully leave with her.
Hakari, Marcus,
Yeah.
what are you two doing? Because Delphine and Abby have run off into the moonlight together.
Hakari will bow to Scarlet. I think.
Oh, Scarlet's gone. She's
Sorry,
gone.
not to Scarlet. Sorry, my apologies to Marcus. I'm going to retire, but thank you for guiding me through that social situation. I don't know what I'm doing in there. It was terrible, but thank you.
Don't worry about it, old chap. Tonight was enlightening in so many different ways, and let's just say the Bells are in for a few surprises that I don't think Harrison has any idea what he's getting himself into. So that look on his face probably won't last for very long, which may or may not cheer up Scarlet. However, we will discuss this at a later day because I can literally not feel anything past my belly button this stage. It has been a very, very long day.
Do you want me to help you get to bed?
No, I've got my walking stick. Oh, chap, I would be careful of their new friend that came to the table.
Ari.
I couldn't see much of the conversation, but that's very, very unusual. Keep a very close eye on him, Hakari, and watch yourself.
He's asked me to come and speak to him outside in the yard tomorrow. Do you want to come with?
Perhaps I will be at a close juncture. I think he's after quite a lot, and remember, this family, and one only hopes Delphine behaves herself, isn't a particular fan of magic. So seems a little friendly all of a sudden for a sheer merchant to be hobnobbing in such ways.
He seems trained in some kind of discipline, something to beyond the means of a normal merchant.
Well, I was speaking to the rest of them, and they're all very much so. In the next day or so, we'll be asking about the more cloaks. We'll be asking about Yusefka. We'll have asked about Namrita that is so close, it's stone's throw from here, and their connection and what they know of the Shadowbinders. I'd have a bag ready packed and your beautiful horses looked after because we may have to leave if the conversation goes in the way that I unfortunately feel it is. The last thing is that, and I'm very, very interested, there's an awful lot of rogues around here, not the good ones. Let's find out who's who in the next few days. But the last piece I will say, this is Scarlet's home. I will respect Scarlet in her home, and that home for Scarlet's sake. And apparently I have a new brother-in-law, so this is going to be marvelous to see how he tries to step up. But good night, and thank you, Hakari.
Same to you, Marcus.
Delphine, as you begin your walk with Abby, where are you heading? What are you talking about?
So she's actually just going to take her to a nice little clearing where she can see some fireflies just kind of buzzing around. And she's going to bow very deeply to Abby and put her hand out as if she's asking her to dance.
Yeah. The good news is you don't have to go too far from the estate. Because just kind of past the back kind of garden of the estate, it clears out and you can kind of see this open sky and these fireflies starting to kind of dance through the air. And as you do, Abby takes your hand and says, "It's been lovely spending time with you."
Delphine's gonna start to hum a little bit of a song. If Abby had more insight into Delphine's background, she would know that it's a lullaby that her mother and father used to sing while they would dance together in the kitchen. And she's just going to start to dance with Abby while humming along to this little tune and just like hold her at like a respectable distance, but a little bit closer than normal, so that she knows that she's interested.
Yeah.
And she's going to say to Abby, "You have such a vibrant soul, and I just want to know so much about you. I could just listen to you talk all the time, and I wish that we had more time together."
Well, first of all, no one has ever put as much thought into something as you have for me. And now every time I look at this bracelet, even though it's in the shade of my eyes, it's you that created it. And that's what I'll think of. And I too wish we had more time. But the night is still young.
Delphine's gonna kind of stop their dancing to like kind of slow it down until they're just kind of swaying, and she's gonna tuck Abby's hair behind one ear, and she's gonna say, "If you just said the word, I could take you away from all of this, and I could give you anything you wanted. I could make beautiful things for you every day. And I would love to just watch the sunrise with you every morning."
That sounds like a dream. But I know when you say it, it's not, and that you could make it reality. But I can't leave my parents. Their hearts are already broken. I can't break it further.
You can't let your heart be broken by putting other people in front of yourself all the time.
Hearts can heal. And I think they're on the path to recovery. And if you're willing to wait, I would be too.
Delphine's gonna step in really close and say to Abby, "I would wait a million sunrises for you." And then she's gonna lean in to give her a kiss.
And while there is like just this moment of like panic, she does kiss you back, and you feel that she like holds on to you very tightly as she does so.
Yes. I don't know where to go from here.
Yeah, the two of you spend the night how you will. I think for Abby, she would speak to you and spend time with you for as long as you would stay awake.
I think we'd probably lie in the grass looking at the stars and just talking to each other, holding hands.
Yeah.
It's probably where Delphine would lead this.
It
And
would-
actually, she probably wouldn't ever say, let's go to bed. They'd probably just stay there all night until the sun rose.
Abby will, as the sun begins to rise, bid you good night, despite it being morning, as she is human and does need to sleep.
That's true. I don't.
But as she does, you watch as she kind of leaves you and she stops, and she looks back at you, and you see this like giddy little smile before she like skips back off to where you assume she retires. And you, I guess, would meditate from there. In the meantime, let's go to...
What's everyone else doing?
Is anyone else doing anything before they go to bed? No, everyone's going to sleep. Excellent.
Yeah, Velendar will do his usual perimeter check.
Oh yeah, you'd see this happen, by the way.
He will
You'd
have
see this happen.
seen at some point, in some way, shape, or form.
See a little
those
makeout
two.
session in the grass happening.
Yeah, and we'll.
He's like giving thumbs up.
No, he will so quietly and respectfully not interrupt that, because it's fucking cute. And we'll continue on.
Yeah, cool. Are you spending the night in your room or Tybella's room? Keeping in mind, like in a totally respectful way, she did ask you to stay with her.
Oh, in which case he absolutely would, yeah.
Cool.
Initially, he'll park himself in the cuck chair in the room.
You're both Elven, right? So you both meditate. She is long resting, like she is genuinely sleeping and is well asleep by the time that you get there. You settle into this cuck chair. Are you meditating or long resting? Keeping in mind you have a level of exhaustion.
Oh yeah.
I think here. Yeah, he's gonna have to. He's having a good rest.
Cool. Are you attempting to do so in the chair?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Velendar has slept in truly or meditated.
Great, you've convinced me.
Truly so many worse places.
Cool. The night goes by uninterrupted for most of you. Because
most of us.
Yeah, because in the middle of the night there is a moment, Velendar, where you hear Tybella wake up and sit up and like panic. And then as quickly as it happens, it's like similar to what you would do in this scenario. Someone that calms themselves down, breathes, and goes back to sleep. But like it is something that disturbs you from your long rest. It's not unexpected. But it happens. Otherwise, the night goes by completely uninterrupted. You may all take a long rest and remove your exhaustion if you have a level of. None of you
10.
level up.
Oh, come on.
But I got some.
At the dead of night, just probably before Tybella's scream, Marcus cast the sending spell that he's been storing for a while.
Okay.
Oh, no.
And in a low but passionate voice, there's Lo. The book lies in Jessica's wicked grasp. Your cunning hand unveiled. Her eyes fixed on godhood. I absorb thee. Meet me, sweet rogue. To Rayella. She may reply.
Rayella.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. Hey, Brain
And then he gets
Studio
an hour of
fans.
sleep, so thank you very much.
Hey, Rainbow Studios, thank you for joining us. I hope you had a great stream. You don't get a reply.
Fabulous.
And the night passes by uneventfully. The next morning, Scarlet, you send word for all of these things that your party has asked you to gather for them. And it takes a few hours before someone knocks on your door, and they say, there are a couple of people for you. We went to get the goods, but they have insisted on delivering them themselves. If you would join me, please.
Scarlet will go out there. Does she recognize them?
You wouldn't, because you haven't seen them before. But what you would see is a duo. They have a cart with them. One of them has a raven's mask, just hanging loosely by the side of their neck. And they have quite literally so much shit for you guys. Are you letting anyone know?
I will call the others and basically let them know that their stuff is ready to come and collect, and that there are people here to see them,
I
apparently.
don't remember if I even asked for anything.
That's all right. I put down that you wanted a jeweler's kit and some jewels. So I've already...
Yeah, that's about all she would have asked
Yeah.
for.
Yeah, so I decided you needed an upgrade from baby's first jewelry kit. So
As you all make your way down, Velendar, you are the only one that recognizes these two, and you recognize them very clearly as Brandon and Jesse from the Ravens Ridge Emporium.
Of course.
Who had invited you previously to meet them in Ascendus, if you sought the knowledge that they had to offer to you. Kaivala is a long way away from Ascendus, yet here they are with a cart full of goods for you. And Tammy,
Incredible.
would you like to tell everyone what to do?
So each of you have been sent a parcel. Each of you now get to open it to find out what your character receives.
Wait, is this our characters? I don't have a character.
No, I got you something so that you didn't miss out.
Oh.
Wait! Velendar as an assassin receives this thing.
It's a knife in a box, no?
you know, it occurs to me a really cool way to kill people would be a knife in on a spring in a box. Scarlet, that's not what this is it?
I hate this so much.
Are we allowed to open it now?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, open the things.
Let me. Ooh. I've seen this packaging before.
Oh my god, it's beautiful.
It's so pretty.
Holy shit. These are real pretty, guys.
So thanks to Jesse at Raven Ridge, each of you have a unique set of custom dice inspired by your character.
Oh my god.
Velendar says, dice? What am I going to do with fucking dice, Scarlet?
Scarlet, if you'd like to talk everyone through what it is they're receiving in character.
So
I'm going to run away for 30 seconds.
You do that.
I would just say that you're receiving what it is you asked for, shopping and stuff like that.
Guys,
So,
these are incredible.
But out of character, this is what you're receiving.
Holy shit, dude.
How pretty this is.
They're sexy assassin rogue dice for sure. Ah! They're
I
real
actually
pretty.
don't want to open this remarkably ornate box is absolutely gorgeous. I'm just going to try and work out.
So Jessie was great in that I gave her like a couple of sentences for each person, and she just ran and designed stuff. So yeah, very, very much brought things to mind given my minimal descriptions.
Real cute.
And Hakari, it's like, oh my God, I don't know much about him. And she's like, that's okay, Lockie's talked about it. So yeah.
I just want to know, I'll let you know that the first roll of that dice was a nat 20. Just.
So I'll put him in Discord.
I'm too scared to roll it because I've rolled terribly tonight. I don't want to curse them.
Do you know how much I love flowers and butterflies? And my
Mine was
dice
a
have flowers and butterflies.
Fucking nat 1.
Oh no. Mine was a 16.
Okay, I'll forgive you.
It's got stabbies as inclusions. So.
Emily, I also got a 16.
Hey, there you go. That's Abby and Delphine's chemistry. Hey, for those of you who are unaware, the Ravens Ridge Emporium make a fuck ton of really cool TTRPG accessories, dice, and they also do their own TTRPGs. Like you can literally order them and you can back them on Kickstarters and stuff. I'm so excited for Caught in the Rain. I'm really excited for that one. So yeah, check them out. They're in chat. They're lovely people. I believe they'll be at Sydney Supernova as well if you are venturing down that way. As you all receive, I will allow you all to pick one thing that is not a fucking legendary item that you can all take. We will discuss it off stream.
That leaves a lot of things.
Just really quickly brag about something.
Yeah.
Mine had a little extra gift.
Yeah. So the idea behind that when I got it
that
was
is
that
so cute.
It could almost be like a little honey prop because of the wings and the color.
Oh my God.
But it was also Mothman, which is like your thing. So I thought, hey, it kind of does both.
That's cute. I love him so much. Okay, I'm realizing the time, so I want to keep fangirling, but I want to reel us in.
Is it that, or is it guilt because you've never gotten us all dice, Emily?
Wow, that was great way to get the character killed. Thanks for me, dude.
Velendar dies instantly. No. Use them dice now, buddy. Hakari, you make your way out around midday the following day, and you see Ares standing there. He is kind of leaning against one of the pillars that are part of the grand entrance to the Bell Estate. And he turns when he hears your footsteps. What are you doing?
I would like to conceal any of my abilities if I can, just to make it look like I'm slightly less
Make a fucking performance check.
Hell yeah, dog.
Use them Ravens Ridge dice.
I will. Okay.
You get guidance also because as you leave, you get a back tap from Marcus, who's like, "Go forth, son."
A booty tap.
Thanks, Marcus. Cool. Okay. 12.
Allow me to just roll against you.
You absolutely may.
Excellent. You make your way over to this human, and they say, "Suspicious, are we?"
Cautious.
Suspicious.
Yeah.
We can tell.
Good. What can I expect from this story?
From the 5 winds, right?
Yeah. Yes.
I can tell.
And you are from?
Not the 5 winds.
Where else?
But I know of you all.
Of the companions or of the five winds?
The five winds.
Okay.
I've seen some of the stuff that you do.
We do have many displays and demonstrations.
Yeah, are you going to produce fire from your hands or something to the likes?
Not if I don't need to. Do you need a demonstration? Yeah. Or perhaps we can do tit for tat. Explain what it is you can do, and I'll do it in turn.
I'm a pretty good fighter.
Okay.
But I
What
don't
did you
wish to
think?
fight.
Nor do I.
I'm self-taught, you could say.
Okay. What's this story that you know of?
I heard about what happened to you. It's almost famous now amongst all of your Five Winds friends, to which I have a few of.
On which side of the mountain?
Does it matter?
It would be nice to know whose side of this story you heard.
I find it best practice to hear both sides of the story.
It's wise.
I won't stick around, but you should know that Kaivala is likely not somewhere you want to be.
Why is that?
I'll let you find out for yourself. But I will tell Nasa that you say hi. And he clicks his fingers and just disappears. Almost out of existence.
Hakari will pause and look for Marcus if he's there.
He's nearby.
Are there any other guards on the field or anyone else?
Nope.
I think he quickly heads towards Marcus. Marcus, Marcus, I need a hug. I just learned that as someone I thought dead or lost forever is perhaps closer to being found if we can find that Lightfoot that was just here a moment ago. If we can find him again, this person, she means as much to me as Briley does. Maybe more.
Marcus steps in and attempts to kind of bear hug Hakari in this moment. Be very, very careful, Harry. Let's talk of this somewhere safer and outside of eyes. I felt that something is coming, and we are already in a storm, but this is more. And then attempts to lead Hakari with an arm around her shoulder for a moment, just for him to compose himself. Breathe in, my friend, and back to being Marcus again. Come with me, and Marcus will just start talking loudly and just pointing at things to just give Hakari time to catch himself, catch his breath,
The rest
and go
of
back
you,
to being quiet.
what are the three of you doing? Tybella, by the way, nowhere to be seen. Not suspiciously so. She's just not in her room.
Scarlet will want to sit and talk with Amelia at some point when Oliver is not around.
Good to know. I'm going to hold on to that, if that's okay, for reasons. The other two, what are you two doing?
I think Velendar would offer to either run interference on Oliver for that conversation, or would be very much attempting to listen in on it.
Oliver remains in his study for most of the day, so no interference required.
Okay.
You're going to attempt to intercept a conversation that Scarlet's going to have. Good to know. I'll park that. Delphine, what are you doing?
I'm just going to be spending as much time with Abby as I possibly can.
She shows you all of the animals. You see the peacocks, you see all the bunnies, you see all of the different animals. She shows you her room, which is basically this the walls are littered with like different things she's written or drawn herself. And just like hung up all over the room. There are like watercolors, there's poetry, there's like a bunch of different things that she's written herself. And she allows you to peruse it without feeling like it's intrusive. She also shows you the library and how large it is and how the books go all the way from the floor to the ceiling. Very Beauty and the Beast. And shows you that she used to, when she was younger, climb up on top of the bookshelves where you're not supposed to sit, because there was a really like small window up the very top that shines kind of light down into the center of this room, and she just liked looking out that window specifically. You, being as tall as you are, have to kind of crouch while you're sitting up there. But she shows you all of these haunts. Is there anything specific you'd like to say or do while you spend this time with her? Aside from make out.
I think she's just going to like enjoy the time, like experiencing everything that Abby shows her. And she's also going to find little quiet moments when no one else is around where she can show her like her own magic and like show her how she interacts with nature and how she's able to make things grow. And like they're gonna have like a really like cute moment where they're like holding hands, like Abby's hands are like this, and then Delphine's hands are around hers, and then Delphine will make a little flower grow within her hands.
Oh my God,
like
cute.
Also gonna never stop blooming like all the other flowers that she gave to all her companions.
That
It's
she
a
wears
special
just
one.
behind her ear as well.
Yeah. And she'd also show her like, because Delphine can speak with animals, so she's gonna like have like little fun conversations and translate between the animals and Abby, like all her favorite animals, like all her favorite little pets who she's the closest to. They can like talk to each other. It'd be cute.
Cute, love that. And you do, Scarlet. You seek out your mother. Velendar, you're being a little snoop and attempting to listen in on this. Are you telling Scarlet that you're going to attempt to listen in, or are you just going to try and do it?
I think I'd ask Scarlet if she wanted me to run interference first, and if the answer to that is it's not necessary. I don't think, no, he absolutely wouldn't tell her.
Just do it. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Scarlet, you look everywhere for your mother. And you find her in the sitting room. She's sitting at the piano. She's not playing, she's just sitting there. She's not alone. She's with Tybella, who is in her elven form. The two are speaking quietly. Can't hear what they're saying. You see this also, Velendar. But I will get you, Velendar, specifically to make a stealth check, if that's okay.
27.
Holy shit. Not even... No one knows you're there. Scarlet, make a perception check for me, please.
Oh, because we all know I'm so good with rolls.
Mm-hmm. I'd also like to know if upon seeing this, you would pause or whether you would continue to enter the room.
I would pause. My perception is only 9, though.
Okay. You don't hear what they're saying. But what you do see is Tybella does make eye contact with you. And as this eye contact happens after a sentence that Amelia has said, you see Tybella nod, take a deep breath in, makes eye contact with you, nods politely again at Amelia, and then beelines immediately towards you. As she approaches you, she places her hands on your arms and says, Scarlet, we need to leave. We need to leave Kaivala. Now.
But I need to ask her about...
We need to leave. Scarlet?
Okay. And Scarlet will basically... I will let Delphine know. You let Velendar know. I don't know when Marcus and Hakari will be back, but we'll start packing everyone's belongings.
Velendar, you hear this. You're close enough that you can do so. And she nods and says, thank you. We must not. Actually, does she see Velendar? No, she does not. We must not tell Velendar. But his parents are nearby.
And Scarlet, having overheard the previous conversation on the ship, would just be like, shit, we need to get out now.
Now.
It would be unsafe for me, but it's not just me.
Amelia is willing to get us supplies now, but we need to go.
Scarlet will race upstairs and start packing bags, and then find... I mean, because I don't know how close Delphine is to the manor.
She would be inside at this point. I feel like, yeah.
Let's assume I'm in Abby's room.
Yeah. Let's just make that assumption.
But I also know Delphine has minimal belongings, so it won't take her long to pack.
Yeah, I don't have anything.
Tybella will make her way straight back up to the room she was staying in, packing her minimal amount of shit also.
And then basically if Hakari and Marcus aren't back yet, Scarlet will start packing Hakari's things and get with Delphine and get Marcus and Tybella to start packing Marcus's things. So it's ready to go.
Marcus, in your mind, you would hear a spell you're familiar with. You would hear the voice of Tybella say, I think we need to chat. But for now, let's focus on keeping you alive. Pack your shit, Marcus.
Oh, certainly. And again to Curry, it's time to go. I warned you. Things are moving quickly, quietly, as you always do. I'm not sure how I'm going to get the 4 caskets of clothing I've got in place and 2 wardrobes in play, but I think we'll work out something. I'll just pick a couple of items, just 2 trunks.
Travel light.
You need a bag of holding for all those clothes, dude. You're as bad as Scarlet. That's one thing the two families have in common is giant wardrobes.
Being Delphine, your Abby's room is not too far from Scarlet's. You would hear the sound of shit moving around.
I think that Delphine would try to convince Abby once more to run away with her and try to just instill how dangerous it is for Abby to stay here and how unsafe she feels that Abby's position is, and that she would never forgive herself if anything happened to Abby, and that basically it's just begging her to realize that she doesn't owe her family anything and that she can be her own person, and that her life is worth more than keeping her parents happy.
And she agrees with you. She does. But she does say that for now here is safest for her. She says she does tell you that she will be in contact with you because here is not her forever.
I'm so scared she's gonna die when we leave. I hope you know this.
That'd be crazy if I did that. No.
I'm like in tears because she's not coming with us right now.
Yeah. Let's just preempt that Em has asked me what one person in Scarlet's life she would fucking break if they died.
Wow. Fine. Velendar, what are you doing?
Packing. There wouldn't be much to pack. He's always ready to go.
Cool.
He will not approach Tybella immediately. He'll go to Marcus. Marcus, it seems once again my past is chasing us out from somewhere that otherwise seems quite comfortable. Let me run something past you. I'd say you had access to incredibly resourceful and powerful people who wanted you dead, who could potentially aid you in retaliation against another incredibly resourceful and powerful person who seems to evidently, if not want you dead, is certainly capable of making you so. And has in fact killed someone who you quite recently have come to appreciate and consider a close friend that you don't want to see harmed. Under those specific circumstances, which of the two evils do you think you would pursue?
The one that keeps us alive, Velendar. You already know the answer. Let's go.
Fuck you for being right. And at that point, Velendar will gather up his belongings.
As Velendar's walking out, the message spell again for the third time chimes in his ears. Hakari has problem too. He needs help. We'll find out as you're walking away.
Out loud. We don't have time, Marcus. And he'll check in with, I guess, Tybella would be next.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how close they are?
I'm sorry.
You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Do
How
I?
much time do we have to leave? How far away are they?
We have enough time. But we can't wait.
Very well. Thoughts on a location?
I don't know. The only place that... So they are in Kaivala. They were in Ascendus. They wouldn't dare enter Sediva. I fucking hate that place. I wouldn't set foot in Agora if I were you. So it's Maluhia or Sediva. Take your pick.
Yeah.
Unless you want to scout the outskirts of this godforsaken fucking country.
We are awfully close to the mines, and there is some unfinished business there. But perhaps that's a conversation for the road. You're right. Let's go.
Where?
One thing first, and she leaves the room. Don't know where she goes. Hakari, what are you doing?
Hakari has packed his things as quickly as he can, or what hasn't been packed thus far. He's going to take a small piece of the bottom of his sash, one of those tassels. Um, he's going to grasp it tight and go to just a window. Looking out, he will make sure no one's looking, like no guard, nothing like that. And if there's no one there, he's going to crush the tassel. Nessa, this one is for you. I promise I'll find you again. And whatever those faded pages have taught you, whatever lies are hiding in the truth, I'll bring you back, and I'll burn it, and then just force it out into the air.
You watch as burnt pieces of paper, it just kind of crumbles in the wind, and scatters. As that happens, the door to your room fucking flies open, and in walks Tybella. She walks immediately up to you, and will push you straight up against the wall. Her hand goes straight to your throat and grips on it quite fucking tightly. And she will say, "Let me get one thing fucking clear, Hakari. I do not trust you as far as I could throw you. And trust me, I fucking could."
It certainly seems like that. What is this about, Tybella?
Like I said, I don't trust you. Unfortunately, it seems our strands are intertwined. And for that reason, I will tolerate your existence. But the second I don't have to, you and your beloved Briley can watch your fucking backs. Because I will be the thing that stabs you in the dark while you least expect it. Or, better yet, maybe I take the thing you love the most from you.
Hakari will just say nothing, and just look at her. And just sort of tilt my neck back, just waiting for her to try and do something.
Questions, concerns? No? Good? Okay. And she lets you go.
Just one. Why are you so scared right now?
I'm never scared, darling.
Then why are you lying?
She doesn't answer. She just leaves. And she makes her way towards the front of the castle. Scarlet, your mother approaches you. Father still has not made his way out at all, still in the study. And she approaches you and places her hands on your shoulders, and she says, "I understand you need to leave. But know that I wish it weren't so. And know that if you are to encounter danger, that I will ensure your protection."
I have one question before I go. How much did it hurt you to see me every day knowing I look like her?
More than I can ever bear to put into words. But, Scarlet, that is not your fault.
but I need to know whose fault it is. And then she'll turn and walk.
She lets you. Your sister at some point will come out and embrace you.
I'm so sorry.
Go.
When you said we can have an item, what did you say again?
As long as it's not fucking rare, wondrous, or like heckin' legendary, then you know. Green is the biggest.
Stones.
Green is the nicest item you can have.
So I
wanted to get sending stones to give one to Abby.
So the issue with that is if she ever gets caught with it, she gets yeah.
She'd have to get caught.
She would have to get caught. But just be aware of that if you're giving her one.
No,
You know
they're
what?
a wondrous item. I can't.
Yeah. You can, however, have a pebble, a sending pebble. But what it has is instead, like, you can't use it unlimited, right? You can use it 3 times.
It's okay. I have a backup plan. Don't stress. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Sending messages.
I appreciate it
though.
Abby will come and embrace you at some point, Scarlet, and looks devastated that you're leaving. Also looks devastated that Delphine is leaving. Is there anything that the rest of you...
Arguably more devastated.
Is there anything the rest of you are doing before you are to leave this estate?
After Abby embraces Scarlet, Scarlet will grab her face in her hands, knowing that the height difference isn't huge, but there is a height difference, and look intently into Abby's eyes and just be, this is not the end of our story. I will be back.
I know. As you all meet on the steps of...
Can I do one thing actually before we go?
Yeah, fucking do it. Let's go.
I want to see if that young man, milk boy attendant, is about.
Boy, you would pass him on your way down, yeah.
It's okay, you didn't get him killed, it's fine.
He's
Yeah,
alive.
cool. That was point 1 of this.
He's
Point
carrying
2.
2% milk though this time. No, I'm joking.
This week. I just want to reach into my pouch. Are you allowed tips?
Yeah, I mean, no one really ever... No one tips us here.
That's upsetting to hear. Well, how about this? I've got 1 gold piece. And that's all yours, kid. And have this crispy green apple.
Cool. I'll get to eat dinner tonight. Thank you.
You know what? Have 2.
He takes
Take
them.
care. Take care, kid.
He looks real grateful and, like, for a moment looks like he's trying to bow but isn't sure whether he's supposed to bow at you.
You can. It doesn't. Whenever you want. Whatever works. But
How
I'll
tall
show it.
is everyone in the group, by the way?
I'm
That's
quite
Scar-
tall.
Yeah, Scarlet's short.
5'4".
You're taller than 5'4".
I've got 5'4" written down.
You're a little boy.
That means you're short.
All the better to
No.
be sneaky with, my dear.
Can Delphine just quickly take a peek around and see if anyone other than Scarlet is around? Other than Abby is around? Like anyone from the family?
No one else seems to be around currently.
Yeah, Harrison won't care. He's not going to come and say goodbye.
Can she just nudge Velendar, and ask him to check if anyone else is around?
Mm-hmm.
It's just Amelia.
No, I don't want Amelia around. I just need Abby.
No, Amelia's there. Sorry, baby girl.
She's also there.
Cool. She's gonna look at Marcus and be like, trying to be like,
Funnily
can you
enough,
distract for a second?
Marcus is not there. Because
Can someone
Marcus...
distract Amelia? Someone. She
Hey,
wants to kiss Abby goodbye, guys. Come on.
Velendar will absolutely say a long-winded and irritating goodbye then to Amelia.
Yeah.
Yeah. As well as
She looks grateful for it, to be quite honest.
yeah, and turn her away from Delphine, and just like give a little in the background.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
While he's doing so.
Delphine's just gonna wrap Abby up in her arms, really give her a big cuddle and whisper in her ear that she can call for me no matter how far I am and I'll come. And then she's gonna give her a big romantic kiss.
And she absolutely reciprocates this kiss. It's real pretty. In the meantime, Marcus, who is not with any of you, you make your way to the office where Oliver is. And I assume you are just knocking on the door.
Is the door locked?
Yeah.
Okay. It might not be. Is it magically locked?
It's not magically locked, no.
It's no longer locked.
Okay, so are you just opening the door?
No, not plugged in the door. Count to 3.
Yeah.
Any response?
Nope.
Open the door.
And you see Oliver
Close.
sitting behind his desk. As soon as the door opens, he stands and he's like, I'm sorry, can I help you?
You can. Our time is very short. Your daughter has been hunted.
Which one?
Scarlet.
Bye.
My guesses are going to be numerous. Have you heard of the Emerald Cloaks?
Emerald Cloaks.
Yes. Or the Shadowbinders, Yuseska in the north, in Namrita, as an example. She seems to have a dislike to your daughter as well, by just sheer coincidence. I know the family has a dislike, and as a future relative, I would like to make sure my new relative is going to be as safe as possible. I'm just seeking aid, letters of passage, nothing that will show your hand.
Shadowbinders is something of a myth, from my understanding.
We met one. We met them face to face, and Yuseska is not a myth. She's after a power that, frankly, is horrific. However, I'm seeking any aid you can provide for your daughter and to protect this family as well.
I believe my wife has that under control, Marcus.
I very much appreciate your wife and yourself's help. Is there any other wisdom you could possibly offer? Any books of knowledge, people we could speak to understand the risk?
People are so dangerous, then my advice would be to stay away from them.
They seem attracted to us, I'm afraid, Lord Oliver.
I can't imagine why.
Insight check
Go
on
for it.
everything he said. And because someone very generously gave me inspiration throughout one-on-one. The tank hunter also very kindly won, so that's 3, boss. So I'm going to make a fairly good chance of these rolls. And because I have Raven's Rich dice here, which is this incredible color. Let's roll.
Let's roll.
And Tank, thank you very much, because with that and Marcus's 5, a tidy 23 DM.
There is a recognition when you say the Shadowbinders that doesn't feel like he thinks it's a myth.
Is there anyone we could speak to understand such myths and legends, to understand what we could do to arm ourselves against them and possibly rid you of problems. And again, Marcus is looking to see if he's with them or against them or doesn't care.
There are 2 groups I would recommend. The Veil Keepers would be a start, but to my understanding, they're all dead. The second group is not one I would seek out actively, but the Cord's Edge might help you.
Again, thank you for your words. Any person we should speak to directly?
I don't know them by name.
Okay. Marcus gives a short bow and then looks at his hands. He's not wearing a ring by any chance, DM, of any shape,
He is
size, or
not,
format.
aside from an actual wedding ring, which is just a simple gold band.
Okay. And again, we've never gone through this, but is Detect Magic an obvious spell, or is it something that just radiates out?
It is verbal somatic, so you would have to...
Done.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cast a spell.
Can I see at any stage of what Oliver's been writing in and why he locked himself in a room?
It looks like an accounting binder, and it looks like he's doing his taxes.
Okay. Doesn't happen to have a mahogany book lying around with a silver
it
inlay,
is leather
just lying
bound,
around.
but it's a dark brown color.
Yeah. Okay.
It's like a ledger.
Okay. Can I suggest that you offer your rather stunning daughter a fond farewell for this next journey, because we may not be back for a while?
He says nothing,
Yeah.
but he does make his way out to say
Open the
goodbye
door
to
for him.
all of you. And he says goodbye to you, Scarlet. And does so politely and no differently than when you left the first time. Amelia disappears momentarily. Not at the time that Delphine would have liked, but she does. When she comes back, she approaches with another figure. She approaches with a fair-skinned, dark-haired young woman. Her hair is kind of cut off just below the ears. She's wearing this simple blue shirt and brown leather belts. She immediately approaches the front of the cart with your horses, Hakari. And you see that she approaches one of them with steel-cut oats and the other with whatever she could find. Amelia says to you, Scarlet, I'm sorry, but we will be sending someone with you this time. Over my dead body will I find yours.
Can they be trusted?
Yes. They have been working here for quite some time.
Do they know?
Do they know what?
Who I actually am.
Who are you? Who do you think you are, Scarlet?
Do you not remember?
Remember what?
There's a reason I look like Marisol.
Family looks like family, Scarlet.
And mothers look like daughters.
Insinuate what you want.
Maybe you should talk with your parents a bit more.
Maybe you should admit that sometimes you can be wrong, Scarlet. I've just lost my audio. Give me 30 seconds.
No, we can hear you. You're fine.
No, I've lost my audio. I can't hear you. Continue.
I know I can be wrong. But I also know that it is well within their capability to have done something like this. And it is well within their capability for you not to remember.
It's within all of our capabilities to do things to protect the people that we love, Scarlet. Do not act like you know.
I don't know. That's why I wanted to talk with you.
You should go.
And Scarlet will turn around and go towards the cart.
Amelia does not wait for you to leave now. She does just turn and leave. Your father gives you a wave.
Because I presume that was out of earshot of him.
Yeah. He actually does wait for you all to get onto the cart, if that's what you're all doing. Is anyone saying anything smart-assery before they leave?
Might just whisper to Scarlet. Well, I say we get Abby out of there and then burn the whole place to the fucking ground.
I don't have my answers yet.
Very true. Well, that's quite unfortunate. I'm sure a little time away will settle things down and we can come back and perhaps get them for you.
And the last thing Scarlet will say, presuming Velendar's the only one around who can hear it, is, besides, I might have just ended the world yesterday. And she'll walk forward to the cart and hop in.
Excellent. Velendar will look incredibly confused, but is otherwise preoccupied with getting everyone the fuck out of here as quickly as possible.
You get on the cart. This new person sits where you would, Hakari, usually, allowing you to either sit beside them or sit comfortably within the cart.
These are my horses, I think.
They are.
I'm gonna just be like, so that one's called Nala, and that's Pabu, and who are you?
To find out, you'll have to tune in to next episode, because that's where we're gonna leave tonight. Hey, thank you everyone for a fucking chaotic as shit session, you fucks. Hey, thank you for everyone for continuing to hang out. It's so late. Go to bed, all of you.
No, can't tell me what to do.
I can. I am your DM.
You are our god.
I am your god. I'll just snap you out of existence.
Or level us up.
I could do that, but I'm not gonna.
No, just me. Only me. I got some twice. I deserve a level up.
Listen, maybe. Who knows? Hey, it is a good question as to when our next date will be, because I am about to move interstate, and so yeah, love that for me.
At a time after then, I guess.
A time after then is the idea. So keep an eye out on the socials. That's where I will post it first. Or join the Discord. That's popping off at the moment, I guess. But hey, thanks for hanging out. Do you know what's really important? Not me, the people here. And for that reason, we're going to go around and re-meet them. But we're also going to find out their favorite moments. We're going to go in reverse order this evening. So kicking off with Tammy, who are you? Where can we find you? What are you up to? And what was your favorite moment this evening?
I am Tybella79. I am, aside from here, appearing on some random one-shots, a soon-to-be-announced other project on a different channel, and also run Call of Cthulhu on the Law Rights. because I found out this morning the term for it is content mercenary. I do things on everyone else's channel and not my own.
Love that. What was your favourite moment this evening?
Oh, I actually really liked finding out about this extra person in Hakari's backstory. This is a new person we know nothing about. Everyone else is into Tide. I suddenly have a pseudo brother-in-law in my own party, but this is something none of us know about yet. So
Yeah. Yeah.
Scarlet knows,
Congratulations on
yeah.
your family connection.
Yeah. I mean,
love
she
that.
considered him more like an uncle figure. Now it's kind of pseudo older brother-in-law by marriage or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Funnily enough, by marriage is the only way you get a brother-in-law.
No, but like, as in technically his sister is her
I'm
sister-in-law.
joking. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Hey, Lucky, who are you? Where can we
Hey.
find you? What was your favourite moment this evening?
Well, we'll start with the easy ones. My name's Lockie. I'm from.
I thought you forgot who you were.
I did. I'm from the MimicsDen. You can find us on all the socials at the MimicsDen and on Spotify and wherever you consume your podcasts. We are currently in the world of my homebrew land. If you're into cozy tavern sims mixed with eldritch horror and some spooky things that go bump in the woods, come give us a listen. You can also find me as the voice of Far over on the D&B podcast, B&D podcast. They didn't hear me get that wrong. And here,
But someone will clip it.
Fucking don't, please. I've been awake since 4 a.m. This is wild.
Oh, no.
And I'm being here, getting bullied by Emily consistently. My favorite moment was the bear hug from Marcus. I felt it in real life, and it warmed my little heart.
I love that people ship you two now.
Ship.
I don't
I'm
know.
gonna go home and write some fanfic.
If
You
someone
baby.
does that, I will give both of you inspiration.
Do not tempt me. I will do it.
Do
Blurry
it
and
if we
belly
get a
buttons.
level up.
Hakaris. Love that.
Yeah, we came up with a ship name and everything. We
Did you?
yeah.
Hakari's. That sounds good. Good job.
Speaking of the us part of Hakaris, Marcus, aka Deetwenty, who are you? Where can we find you?
Well, apparently I can't use computers or rebuild them or set up anything, so I'm amazed I'm actually still working.
You did real good.
Great.
Sure. There are actually a remarkable number of excellent moments. Not being able to listen to a whole bunch of plots, so I have to try and work out what the hell's going on. But I think that in probably the darkness, and it was going to be the kind of Hakari piece, but I think it's going to be Delphine kind of finding a moment in what is usually an ongoing horror show at the moment to find someone and actually kind of nurture a relationship, because the rest of us are destroying everything and anything around us. Delphine's currently the only one that is actually finding light in your story, Emily.
It's true. It's true.
I'm really scared about it though.
Speaking of the light in the story, Salt, who are you? Where can we find you? And what was your favourite moment? You can't say making out with Abby.
I am SaltQueenPlays. And you can find me over here being cute. And you can also find me over on the Lorites being even cuter. Favorite moment of the night. Actually, so I liked the dancing in the fireflies. That was really
real
cute. I wanted it to feel like fairy lights, very cute.
Very cute.
But I also really liked the montage of Abby showing me things in her life that bring her joy, like her little hidey hole above the library shelves where I literally have to become as small as I can be to be able to hang out with her out there. I think that was really cute. I enjoyed that.
Love that. I think
And
that's-
making out with Abby.
think that's everyone. No, I'm sorry. Promethean, who are you? Where can we find you? What are you doing? And what was your favorite moment?
Hi, I'm Promethean. There's a 0 in it. You can find me on the internet and also in the deepest, darkest recesses of your soul. Occasionally I do lots of stuff like play games, and I do that. You can see me doing that here if you watch Emily play games, because sometimes we play games together. You'll also see me doing this here. You'll see me doing other D&D stuff with Peoples and Dragons and running my own dumb little campaign with the Lawrites. It's a hell of a fun time. You can see most of us probably in real life come PAX a little bit later this year. That's not far away. That's gonna be a hell of a time. Keep your eyes and ears peeled, etc. I had a bunch of favorite moments. I especially liked Lockie's "It's a Compliment" moment.
That was so good.
That
was so good. We all felt that in our soul.
Yeah,
I
it
think.
was genuinely really good. I loved it. There was, oh God, no, I forgot the rest of them because that was the only thing left in my head. Oh no, Abby's Buy Panic was the other highlight immediately. Like I was writing a list of from the 23 Insight where everyone was at, and that's the only thing that was offered and the only note that was needed. It was adorable.
I love that.
Very important note.
That was super cool. I think, yeah, I think they're probably my favorite moments. We're not going to discuss the whatever that bullshit was that I saw. I am truly choosing to believe that I was hallucinating.
It's okay. We'll watch it after we end the call.
Yuck.
Also, I guess I got to do the thing. Hey, I'm Emily.
Yeah, I was going to say, Emily, who are you? Where can we find you? What's your favorite moment of the night?
Hey, I'm Emily. You can't find me in your soul, but you can find me here. And
You're in my heart.
Oh.
I don't just bring it for Abby, I bring it for all of them.
Every version of Emily. I love it. Hey, hard same. Anyway, I am the producer, chief executive Thirstmaster, late night talk show host, and now panicking person on this stream. Hey, how's it going? When I'm not here, you can find me everywhere Promethean is, which is Radiant Shadows, Meeples and Dragons, and the Lawrites. And
in the deepest, darkest recesses of your soul.
No, I'm not there because I'm too busy being a part of this other thing. It's like top secret at the moment and can't speak about it. Actually, 2 top secret things, which is real fun. Love that. Enjoy when I'm allowed to talk about it. In the meantime, let's find someone to raid. Quick.
You didn't tell us your favorite moment.
Oh, my favorite moment was something the audience didn't get to see and was watching the reactions of the people that were watching the thing. Because it was real fun for me. It was real satisfying 6 minutes of my life. And also having like people message me directly on Discord being like, "Mer, mer, 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 mer." It was quite funny. Let's raid someone, shall we? Quick, everyone talk amongst themselves while I find a raid target. That is not how you talk amongst yourself.
Do you want to know something cute, Salt?
Yeah.
I was going to have Velendar on his little nightly roam around to make sure he and everyone else is safe. Cast dancing lights. To give you a cute little moment. And then you were like, I'm going to find somewhere with fireflies. And I was like, no, okay, don't need to do that anymore. Cool.
It was quite funny.
We
Get
have
it
the same
yourself.
brain cell.
Yeah, it was. It was like, you're going to try and get a kiss. It needs to be super cute. Little
I put in the group
sparklies.
chat. I put in the group chat on Discord. I was like, I'm angling for a kiss so that nobody would come to me. I was like, come on, guys.
I can't write.
Words.
Fuck, I actually can't type. I need to
Words are a
actually
thing.
wear my glasses. This is a problem.
Yeah, I know. We said at the beginning of the chat that you are very lovely and we love you, but you're not a good girl because you don't wear your glasses.
Mm-hmm.
That's fucking...
Not going there.
In fact, you're a naughty girl.
No,
Yeah, I'm
Prometheus,
pretty sure I said she
no.
was a bad girl.
Bad Promethean. Corner Promethean.
Where's the spray bottle? Fuck.
Come on, why don't we just flash up the highlights
Promethean, could you please talk to us about who we're going to go raid?
No, you got this. I believe in you.
No, I would like you to do it, please.
Okay, sure. Hey, we're gonna go raid Phoenix Wacky. Because we're doing that. Oh wait, you've already done it. I thought maybe you needed help doing the actual raid as well.
No, I just need you to speak about it until I hit the button.
They're playing some D&D, which was the thing that we enjoy. So if you hang out, if you're in for it, hang out over there, say hi.
Hey, in the meantime,
Be cool. Don't embarrass us.
Torture your fucking players. Torture your fucking D&D players. It's fun.
Yeah.
Anyway, number fucking
torture your fucking players. Great advice.
Okay, bye.
Torture your DM.
Yeah.
Oh no.